So welcome everybody we have a full audience here in the boardroom and we have folks on the internet. And today is Monday, October 24th, and this is the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation. We have a quorum, three of us here and one on the video. So to my left is Sarah Latham and to my right is Mark McIntyre. And on the screen is John Gregory. Three is a quorum, sometimes a crowd. So I move that we open the meeting. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mark. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, great. Also joining us here is our counsel, Alice Cooley. On the video as well, or the internet, is Alex Wallach, our Director of Planning. Emma Edwards, our recording secretary, and helping us out on the videography is Sage Certain and Dejaya Anderson. And forgive me if I mispronounce your name. So we have a very full agenda this evening. And a couple of things. I want to remind everybody that this is the Architectural Review Board. So what occurs inside a house or what is functional is less of concern. We're not ignorant or blind to those things, but we're concerned with architecture. We have some driveway gates ahead of us tonight. Oftentimes people say they need the driveway gates to keep in or keep out two-legged creatures or four-legged creatures. Whatever it might be, whether it's them coming onto the property or keeping them in the property, that's not as much of a concern to us as it is that you are presenting an architectural structure, and that's how we will view it by the code. We also have a requirement that all properties be or applications be noticed and published and posted, and we require, as proof of that, affidavits of such. Because we have such a long agenda this evening, I'm going to ask that rather than going through the whole process and some people being surprised that, oh, I don't have the affidavits, I'm going to ask Alice to at least mention those applicants for which or for whom we don't have affidavits now. If you do have them, that's fine. When you come up, you can present them.
Sure. If I don't call you, assume that I have them. So under new matters for historic, number 1, Sacred Hearts Church, 168 Hill Street, I don't have those. Number 3, Spencer and Ruth Kupferman, 232 Hill Street, I have the mailing but not the posting affidavit. In the non-historic, number 3, Sarah Tershwell, 84 Ann's Lane, I have the mailing but not the posting. Number 6, 30 Bellows Realty LLC, I have nothing. And driveway gates, non-historic, I don't have number 1, Belinda Reingold, 48 Harvest Lane.
So if Alice mentioned your name, can you just perhaps, Alice, should they just come up to see you to make sure that everything is in order?
Yeah, sure.
Otherwise, we'll just adjourn the application without prejudice.
Okay, Ruth, since I wanted to speak on Ruth on this because I'm the neighbor, but what's an affidavit? Do I need an affidavit to speak?
No, I need it from the applicant, but we're not, unless they have the affidavits, we won't be hearing from them tonight, so you won't be able to speak.
But will they at some point?
I can't speak for them.
In other words, can they proceed with the work without
No,
having a hearing?
no.
No, they can't.
Right.
Oh, so then I guess I should leave. So
Well,
you can't
No,
say
they may have the
they might be heard. I don't know. I can't predict the future. I just know that I don't have them right now.
You mean they might be heard by tonight?
Yeah, if they have their affidavits.
So when
Give
they're
that to
called,
Jeff.
they can provide their affidavits when they're called.
Right.
So what we're doing now, because we have such a long
We're
meeting.
early in the agenda, so you'll know in a few minutes. Okay.
Okay, so this is already, okay, good. The other thing we're going to do, and also to expedite the meeting, so, and gentlemen, can you take that outside conversation, please? Thank you. Is that everybody will have a chance to speak, and everybody can be on the record for their application, but to the extent that
Can you close that door?
we could keep the presentations, at least the initial presentations, as close to 5 minutes, that would be great. There's not going to be a gong or a trap door opening up, but again, it's a long evening. Also, if at any point or now, those who are on the tail end wish to adjourn for whatever reason, you can do so without prejudice. I don't know if anybody wants to do that. I'm not looking for volunteers, but if being here for the next 3 or 4 hours is not something you envision doing, and you're at the tail end of the list, that's something to consider. Okay? So, with seeing that nobody's...
Does that include board members?
No, we take a... But what we will do, if in fact we see that it's clear that the meeting is going to run much longer than, let's say, 9:30 or 10 o'clock, we may take a break at around 8:30 to give everybody a chance to stretch their legs and do other necessities. We'll begin this evening with the minutes. There was a carryover of the minutes from the 12th and then the latest of the 26th. Has everybody, let's do the first one, the 12th, has everybody had a chance to read those minutes? Any comments, questions, changes? No? Okay, in which case I'll move that we enter into the record the minutes of September 12th. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great, so be it. Then the minutes of the last meeting, which was September 26th. And has everybody had a chance to look at those minutes?
Yes.
Yep, okay. And any questions, concerns, edits? No?
Revisions were sent through.
Okay, I move that we enter those into the record. Second on that. Second by Sarah, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, great. All right, that takes care of the administrative business. We have a written decision, which I will ask council to summarize.
So this was an application for a certificate of appropriateness for 92 Post Crossing LLC at 92 Post Crossing for the construction of exterior alterations to an existing barn, and also for the relocation. The board approved the exterior alterations, but did not approve the relocation.
Okay. Any further questions, discussion
No.
from the board? Okay, in which case I will move that we accept the written application as submitted by council for the property at 92 Post Crossing. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? No? Okay, so let me just sign that here. Okay, aye. Unfortunately, Peter is not present in so many ways.
Oh, sorry, did I leave him on there?
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, aye. Okay. Okay, so, whoa. Alice, do you want this, or?
It can just go in the file when we're
Okay.
done.
I don't know if you have access to the file. If not, we may give it to DJ afterwards. Okay, so now on to public hearings. There was a demolition evaluation for Walnut Street Partners, 54 Walnut Street. There was a request to adjourn to November 14th. I don't think we have to move on.
No, that was already adjourned.
Okay, great. Public hearings, historic. The first on the agenda is 1 Hampton Road, and I believe a request for adjournment just came in.
To
It did.
12/12.
All right, do we have to make a motion on
Yes.
that? Okay, I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn. Did they specify a date?
12/12.
12/12, okay, to December 12th. The application of 1 Hampton Road, JNH LLC. A second on that, please? By
Second.
Mark, all in favor?
Aye.
John, there's, okay, so that's adjourned. Okay, Jill and Richard Blanchard at 55 First Neck Lane to demolish and reconstruct an enclosed porch. Is the applicant or representative here? I don't think that was,
Mr. Chair, I did reach out to the architect on this, asking if there was an adjournment request or any update, and I haven't heard.
okay. Well, we know from the prior meetings that they were working on some changes and considering changes to the fenestration. So can we, well, I guess it's just registers as a no-show and it's just adjourned.
We can adjourn to the next meeting.
Okay. Okay, so I move that we adjourn to the next meeting without prejudice, the application of Jill and Richard Blanchard at 55 First Neck Lane. Might I please have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mark, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, John. Okay. Okay, the third carryover is that of Isabel and Wajid Jordan, LLC, / Patrick Jordan at 39 Linden Lane, to construct a carport. So Sammy, after we introduce ourselves, let's focus on, and this is true for every carryover application, let's focus not on the history, but on the specific changes made based on the last application, or the last hearing. Thank you.
I'm just trying to get on the Zoom here so that I could transfer the drawings onto
Okay, so Sage and DJ, how do you want to work that out?
Joan as
Sage is
panelist,
doing it.
Sage is doing it? Okay, great, thanks. We're still learning the video sequencing, and we're getting better and better. Thank you, Sage. Okay, Sammy, introduce yourself, please.
CMX Sammy Architect, representing the owners, 39 Linden, Mr. Jordans. I'm here with also Mr. Patrick and Rudy Jordan, the owners sitting here with me. Let me just get these drawings on so that screen. Okay. Very well. Just for the board, also, I have hard copies here of what was requested with some additional renderings of.
Well, is that what we have in the file from October?
Additional perspective drawings, more elaborate on that, but it's.
Okay, but it's just a reflection of what's
Correct.
in this, okay?
Nothing,
Okay,
it's
because we want to make
consistent.
sure that the public has full
Yes, it's consistent with what.
access to the latest and the greatest. Okay. Okay,
So,
if you need that.
you.
Okay, C-Mac,
okay.
it's all you.
So, I don't know how to get rid of this person, but anyways. Basically, Jeff, you had asked me to do a elevation drawing of neighboring properties to see compare a scale of this existing building to the neighbors' properties. And we've done that, and also in your package, I've also done perspectives. Those were the additional drawings that I've included in this package. And I'll also put it here. I don't know if it's helpful, but, as you can see, the top row is existing, and the bottom row shows the addition over there. The one, basically, scale-wise, as you can see, we are the smallest building on that side of the street. To the east, we have a building that's at 35 foot 10 inches height. To the west, we have a building that is 27 and a half at the high ridge. Our building at the high ridge is 23 and a half, and we're keeping at that ridge at the lower elevation. You can see here, it's that same building with the addition next to it. The following pages that the public can't see, but you have in your hand, are basically perspective views of the same. Showing the scale of the existing building. And the last page is...
Sage, let me just interrupt. Sage, if any of the applicants want to present something on the table, can they do so? And if so, how would you want them?
If any of the applicants have something that they want to present,
the best way to get it in front of everybody is to come over here and tell us what you're gonna do right before you go over there. We'll pull up the plans for you,
Okay,
because we have access to everything in the building department right here.
right, okay.
So, if you want, we can either have you
Right.
zoom in with something on your phone, same way he's doing right now,
Right.
and display the stuff
Okay.
like that, or your computer or whatnot, but
Okay,
we're trying to stay away from paper.
right, okay.
Okay. So basically what this package addresses is the scale of the existing building and the proposed building in relationship to what's existing both in the east and west side of this property. Ridge height is lower, volume, massing, it's smaller than the neighboring properties. Actually, this house without the addition is the smallest building on Linden Lane. Our addition still keeps it at a very modest scale in relationship to everything else on the last page is an aerial photo which you can see the comparative scale of that to neighboring properties, and you can clearly see how small it is in relationship to everything else.
Right, and.
Regardless,
And for the benefit, this will be written up by Al. And, am I correct? Is it sitting,
Chairman, the microphone?
oh, sorry, thank you. Is it sitting in line with, or it's in front of the house?
so
The,
it's in
to
line
the
with the
east.
house on the west side, and the larger house that is on the east side of it is further set back.
It's further setback.
So the house on the east side of it is pretty much lined up with the new addition that we're proposing.
Mhm. Okay,
Okay. We, regardless, since last time, we need a number of changes to what we're proposing to address the concerns of the board. Number one was that we reduced the size of the addition by 54 square feet GFA on the top floor and the bottom floor, which basically resulted in a number of different resolutions. One that was addressed by, I think it was you, Mark, regarding the chamfering of the ridge because of the pyramid. That has been eliminated now. We are in conformance and we have a ridge line continuously from east to west without any chamfering of the roof line. We also reduced the size of the dormer that's facing south on top of the porte-cochere entry. Originally, it was slightly larger in scale in comparison to the other existing dormers. We've copied exactly the same dimensions as the existing dormers on the house, scale-wise. So they scale the same. And actually, because it's sitting further back from those two, distance-wise, it would be perceived even slightly smaller. Third is the material on these dormers. There was a comment made that we're changing the material on these dormers to stucco and that to maintain the shingle. We are proposing to maintain the same shingle that's on the existing dormers and extending that onto the new dormer with the same material. On the half timbering, we basically cut back all the diagonal half timberings, both on the on all around, east, west, north on the building. We've minimized that, basically this half timbering just to the orthogonal, which is carrying the same design that was on the existing back portion of the house, and we've cut back and lightened that up on the upper levels of the building to kind of simplify that half timbering. The colors are still the same as discussed. There's a brick base where this stucco half timbering is sitting on. This brick base carries itself all around the building. Oh, and also because we reduced the size of the addition, on the back of the house, which is the north side of the house, originally we had 3 windows. Now we have only 2 windows up there. One for the bedroom and one for the bathroom. That's on the north elevation.
Yep.
And think that these
Oh,
were
is that everything?
those are the items that we addressed. Yes.
Okay.
in the proposal.
That's it, CMAC?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I mean, you mentioned that just to stick to what's
Yeah, yeah,
different
no,
from
no,
the
no,
last.
No,
So-
Thanks.
brevity is good.
Thank you, Mr. Siamak. You have indeed listened. I walked it on, I guess it was Saturday. I did a pano down to look. And the only thing that I would suggest, and it's just a suggestion, is that if the existing stucco sections were painted a darker color, that the whole thing would recede that much more on the south elevation.
On the south elevation, the existing, you mean the new stucco
The new
sections?
stucco.
Would be slightly darkened rather than having it white.
Yes, because having looked at the house to your west, everything is painted dark. And I think if above all the south elevation were dark, there would be no, it would recede even further. You
Correct.
can't,
Correct.
from your program standpoint, you can't go back
Correct.
further than you've pushed it. But I think dark being a recessive color, you might be able to do it visually by considering
I
that.
think we're open to that. Basically, you're not saying, basically not to use a stark white, but
Exactly.
off-white.
Well, or
Uh,
even, I'm looking at the color that you've shown in your rendering. Your sheet doesn't have a page, but it's the perspectives. And I think that if it were even a taupe color, it would be more recessive. Because you've got the brick, which is a dark color, and if you have a white or even an off-white of the stucco, I think that's going to visually come
I'm
forward.
open to having an off-white, not as yellowish as the neighbor to the west.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
But just yes, not a stark neon white,
Yeah,
if you want to
because,
call it.
as you
Yes.
know, dark colors are
Correct.
recessive. If I were queen of the forest, I'd
Are
say,
we open to slightly? Yes.
Okay.
Fine.
So we'll hear from the other board members, and then we'll figure out how to address that.
Okay. Just a few, first of all, thank you, because I think this does reflect our comments from last week, and I appreciate it. Just a couple of questions. On the arch that you have over the extension, there is on your drawing, there's a detail that sort of matches the detail that's over the pediment over the front door.
Correct.
It's very nice. And that same detail continues in your drawing onto the side opening for the extension, but it does not appear on the rendering. So does that just detail appear?
It does appear. It does appear. Did I leave it out on the rendering?
Okay. Yeah, it just looks slightly different on the rendering.
so you have a slight OG.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it's that was intended on top of the
Yeah.
all
It
three
looks-
all
the reason I'm
three
asking
arches.
is it looks great. I'm
Thank
just
you.
hoping it carries around.
Thank
the
you. No,
side.
it does. Actually, that was something that I picked
Okay.
up from the front door and carried it
It's
through
very nice.
on the
And my
other.
other question, same question, if I look at page A2.2, the lights that are over
Yes,
are divided light, and they are not divided light in the rendering. Is that just a trick of the rendering?
A 2.2.
The next page you have is
Uh,
a rendering, they're different.
I see. 1 second. They are divided.
They are
We
divided,
have
okay.
four divisions in that. Yes.
Okay, because I think, first of all, I think taking the chamfer out and moving it over has really made it great. It's recessed. And the only other comment I had really mirrored Sarah's comment. I think if it weren't stark white, it recessed just a little bit more.
Which
It might age a little bit better, which would be nice. And my last question is, there are still no plans for any exterior light fixtures that are not.
So the light fixtures, obviously per code, at every exterior door, we do have to have a light fixture.
Right.
And the light fixture that I usually put is a gooseneck downlight centered on a door. So you won't see the source of the light, basically.
Okay, so it's dark sky compliant?
Correct. Yes, it complies to dark sky
Okay,
regulations.
so I see one of those on the north elevation over the slider, and I
Yes.
see one to the side.
Yes, that's
Okay.
it. Those are the two.
All right.
Correct.
Yeah, great.
I think that's
John?
great, thank you.
Thank you.
John in the ether?
Yes, I'm here. I like what you've done with the roof line. I think it looks much nicer. The simplification of the timbering, I think looks really nice as well. I like the scale. I think it's appropriate with the neighboring homes. And I actually, I agree that having just an off-white or a more subdued color as
Mhm.
opposed to a stark white would actually make the home look much better. So I agree with Sarah's comment, Sarah and Mark on that as well.
Let me open it up to public comment, and then we can address the issue of the color of the stucco. Any public comment, either here or on the internet? No? Okay, so it appears that there's consensus in terms of approval of the plans, with the exception of the specific coloring. I don't want to delay the process. We do have to go to written.
He can, yeah, we have to go written, so we can just close for written decision, and CMAC can just mark the plans in the
Right,
file.
so right now it says eggshell white
Okay.
for the stucco.
To come up with a
What?
name for color, off-white, does that address
Well,
it?
I think I think we could ask pending, because we're gonna have to have a plan that shows the updated color.
So he could
could
submit
we,
a sample.
couldn't we could approve it for written decision pending the receipt of updated plans with an updated color?
Yeah, that could just be a condition of approval. That's fine.
Yes, I can
Okay.
Yeah.
submit that in this
I
coming
don't
week.
expect you to know the entire paint scattered out the top of your head. It's not fair.
All right, good. All right, so without, there appears to be no public comment, the board seems to be satisfied, so that I would move that we submit to written decision with the intent to approve the application of Isabel and Wadij Jordan and Patrick Jordan at 39 Linden Lane with the plans as submitted dated October 5th. Okay. Do I have a second on that?
Do we have to put in there pending receipt of updated color plan?
That it's a condition of approval.
Okay, with the condition of submission of a plan, but,
Second.
paint. Okay,
Okay.
seconded by,
Everyone.
Mark?
Mark,
What?
Everyone.
Everyone seconded, okay, well, then that makes somebody a third or a fourth. Okay, sorry. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. All right, thank you, CMAC.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
And for those who are either new to the process or are coming before us, within the historic district, all approvals are in the form of a certificate of appropriateness, which in turn requires a written decision. And the board has 30 days in which to submit a written decision after the hearing, or after the vote. All right, so now we move on to new matters. And the first one on the agenda is that of Sacred Hearts Church, 168 Hill Street, involving the restoration of the front entry door and stained glass wall to replace rotting
good.
wood.
Thank you.
And so we do have affidavits for this.
I have affidavits, and they are in order.
Great. So, please introduce yourself, tell us who you are, where you hail from, and who you represent.
My name is Sean Leonard. I'm the architect. I represent Sacred Hearts Church. I also have with me Mike Dorhan, who's from Dorhan Studios. What this project is before you, as I went before the building inspector, it's a repair to the front entrance to the church. There's no change going on. There's no change in color. There's no change in materials. It's repair work. We've discovered while we were having the front of the church painted that some of that wood was rotted and needs to get replaced. And so we have called upon Mike Dorhan, which this is what he does. He helps in doing repair work on churches just like this all over Long Island. And so this is and the reason why I brought it to the attention was I wanted to make sure that that the building department knew that a scaffolding is going to be going up in front, and the reason for that scaffolding wasn't for any constructive work, but it was strictly just to do repair work.
Right, okay. Well, generally, maintenance is not something that we opine on, but perhaps there was concern of the nature of the fenestration, that there might be some subtle changes, I'm not sure.
No change
but-
at all. So I explained all this to the building department, and they just felt that it was.
Okay.
They thought if I wouldn't mind coming before you and explaining this to you so that everybody knew what was going on and why was there scaffolding in front of the church.
Okay.
Fear that there would be a number of phone calls being made.
The wrath of God would be upon us?
Well, I think also maintenance, when it involves an historic
Right.
house, does need to be reviewed, because suppose you decided that you were going to replace the wood with, PVC or Borel or, whatever. And so
Right.
this is very good. Thank
Right.
you.
So Sarah makes a good point. Thank you, Sarah. So, that being said, you're turning it over to Mike?
I can, if you want to hear what,
Sure. Mike, introduce yourself and tell us what changes you're making and what restoration efforts you are to keep this
All right, well, right now,
edifice the way it is.
what we're gonna be doing, there's no structural work, it's all just decorative work. These frames are made in layers, and the 3 outer layers are, some are bad, some are missing, as you can see in the picture, up on the top right-hand corner, the top left-hand corner, and there's some rot down in the lower parts. That's gonna be replaced with, what we use is poplar, it's a hardwood. This frame was made out of pine originally. Poplar, it's considered a hardwood, and it takes paint better than pine, and it's just, this is what we use these days to replace it. You know, I've done many churches in the area. I've done St. Rosalie's in Hampton Bays, St. Teresa, Montauk Point, Our Lady of Poland in West Hampton. The company's been around since 1902. In 02, I came and looked at this. It needed to be worked on then, so it didn't get any better. And we're finally gonna take care of it. But there's no change. We're not gonna change anything. We're just gonna replace and repair what's there.
And you're repairing it back to identical standard?
I'm sorry?
You're repairing it back to the identical standard, the identical size?
Yes, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I
I'll get
have a
closer.
hearing problem.
No, it's okay.
I
have a s-
apologize.
And,
I talk
and where
fast.
possible, you're retaining what can be repaired.
yes, so
Yes.
Yeah.
basically, Mike had explained to me what the phrase is called. It's a Dutch.
It's called a Dutchman. What we do is
Dutchman.
we cut out,
Perfect.
Right.
we cut out the wood and we replace the piece.
Perfect.
And what we do is we epoxy it and screw it and then paint it to the original color.
Perfect.
I'm sorry, I just have,
No,
that's
no,
fine.
my batteries are low.
and I mumble.
I
Thank
hear
you.
apologize.
right.
But, like I said, I do the whole Northeast. I go,
That's great.
John, do you have any
this is-
questions?
this is really not out of my realm.
Since
But,
1902.
John?
You've had some practice since 1902.
Yeah, I've done a couple,
Okay.
so, and I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to put my name on it, and you'll be
Right.
driving into town and you'll look to the right-hand side and you'll see a beautiful church again, the original way it was.
Great.
Okay.
All right?
John, any comment?
No question for me.
Okay.
I'm good.
Any public comment? No? Okay. So, Sarah, you're the expert. You're satisfied?
No, it's fine, and also just there will be a differentiation between old and new, because you're using different wood, which is fine, but there's a
Correct, but
judge-
it's improved.
Exactly, well,
Okay,
yeah.
pine, is not considered a hardwood. Poplar is, and it's just, it's better. It takes paint the same, and
Nor-
you will not notice.
Normally, we replace in kind, but I think in this instance, since it is, you're basically restoring with a better product, I think in this
Correct.
instance, and it's wood.
Correct, and what we're gonna use is, we're gonna use a bond that's, is for the area, the salt air.
Yeah.
So it's made particularly for this,
Right.
so
Okay.
it's,
So then I will move, thank you, Mike, that we submit for written decision the application of Sacred Hearts Church at 168 Hill Street for restoration, as Sean and Mike have described here this evening. Do you have a second on that?
Second.
By Mark, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so now well, we'll do our best to get this out by the next meeting.
And are there shop drawings that will be in the file, or?
No, there's no shop drawings because it's all exploratory work. As he
Okay.
goes along
Okay.
and he finds a piece, they remove that piece and replace it, and then they keep going.
Okay.
So it's,
Is there a photographic evidence as he
Well,
goes
yes,
along?
there will be photographic
Okay,
evidence,
good,
yes.
thank you.
So, timing-wise,
Next meeting.
next meeting?
Yep.
Okay, good. So we'll have the written decision, and that will enable you to get a certificate of appropriateness and building permit by the next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
great,
you very
thank
much.
you.
Thank you,
Thanks.
good luck.
All right. Okay, next is 765 Hill Street LLC. Do we have the affidavits
Yes.
all
Thank
for
you.
that? Okay.
All set, Alice? I think we'd sent over copies previously.
Yeah, you're all set.
I'm just going to jump right in, if that's okay. Long agenda.
Great, John, introduce yourself.
My name is John Bennett, Bennett and Reed, 212 Windmill Lane, Southampton, New York. Kami Lale is the owner of the property, is with me, as is Ryan Kessner, the project architect. The board, I hope, is familiar with the property. The prior owner had received approval from this board to demolish one of two previously existing structures on the property. The easterly building, which resembled a garage, it was the old Bartlett Tree Care building, showing my age, was demolished. And then what we have was the old antique building. So we're here tonight for an application for a new single-family residence and certain minor changes to the guest house, which is now a guest house. The Zoning Board of Appeals allowed this, allowed the antique shop to be converted pursuant to 11628K, specifically to be a guest house. As you know, the absent action of the Zoning Board of Appeals, that wouldn't be possible, but we're here now. Seeks approval to complete the renovation of the existing antique shop to a guest house and the new house. The antique shop will remain visible from Hill Street, unimpeded by landscaping. The Zoning Board of Appeals and this board actually allowed us to move it back 10 feet.
But you're not gonna-
We're not going to do that.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah. Because then you have to go through the whole certification process and
Thank
blah,
you.
blah, blah. And I know there was a mixed board on that, so we're just going to keep it where it is.
And once it's moved, it couldn't have been a landmark anyway, so. they-
Unless you voluntarily recertify it. But
Exactly.
let's not even,
Good.
we're just going to leave it where it is.
Thank you.
And hopefully another car will not drive into it, which is what happened before.
Or the person is insured.
The person is insured, exactly. It's going to remain in its current location. Just quickly, and then I'll turn it over to Ryan. The new house complies with the GFA limits. The first floor is 2,089 square feet. The second floor is 1,705, which equals 3,793. The garage is 61 square feet over the 550 limit. So your total comes out at 3,854 square feet. 3,854 square feet, and because of the zone we're in, we have to include the guest house at 1404, is 5,258. We're about 282 square feet under, but I think you'll agree with me that the mass of the house, because of the fact that we have to include the guest house, is fairly minimal. I'll just let Ryan put you through the program, and we'll respond to any questions. That's all.
Thank you, board members. I appreciate your time here. For the record, I think a gong or a trapdoor would be pretty cool. It'd be very entertaining.
Just introduce yourself.
Ryan Kessner, architect. So you guys are very familiar with this project, obviously, with the antique shop and things like that. Our intentions are to restore it to its former self. We're not looking to change materials. We're going to be painting it the same, keeping all the same materials. We are going to be adding a door and a window to the side elevation. But that's it. We have no intention of altering it or destroying its character by any stretch. The only thing we are going to be, oh, missed it. The only thing we are going to be, yeah. The only thing we are going to be doing is removing the non-historic additions that were on the back, as per your last meeting. As I understand, this is a very sensitive project, and we are very aware of that, and we want to work with the village as much as we possibly can.
At that last meeting, and John recalls this too, I think there was discussion about retaining hardware. Oh, sorry, there was discussion about retaining hardware to the extent that one could.
In the back?
Yeah, I think there was.
It's a real shambles. I don't think
Yeah.
anyone ever thought that
Okay.
was necessary. of saving, but if there's, I don't, to what end, I don't know. We're not gonna
Okay.
rebuild it or anything.
Right.
There's a
No,
back-
but
there's a-
I think the idea was to see if the Historical Society was interested in it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course not. Consider it
Okay.
done. Yeah.
Right.
I think that's actually part of your priority.
That's
Yeah,
right.
it was.
Yeah.
We'll donate whatever materials and things of that
Right.
nature. We're not looking.
Now,
to-
you said you're adding a dormer?
No, we're adding a door.
A door?
A door.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, not a dormer. Yeah, just over by the kitchen area over there, we're gonna be
It's
adding a door.
A8.1. That's the main,
6-1.
So as you can see, we're maintaining the vertical siding on the sides, the shake siding up front. We're keeping the same colors,
There's-
the white,
oh, you
the
had it.
green. And we missed it. Okay. Regardless, that is our intention,
Right,
is to do all that other good stuff.
okay.
On the main house, we're looking to do a twin gable design in context with the village.
Okay.
We're looking to do white trim, natural cedar siding, wood roof, all that good stuff.
Right. So can we get that on the screen? Do you- Okay.
I can,
A6 and A6.1.
Okay, so A6.
6.0.
oh, there it is, right up there.
I didn't get it, but there's been a lot of that.
What did you get?
Huh? I didn't get this
Oh,
packet. I
it's
got
the-
Sally's letter, but
Oh.
not the drawings.
Sarah, maybe I have a small,
There you go.
here, come on. Sarah.
Great, thank you. We've had trouble with that. Thank you.
You can ignore my notice.
Okay.
But we're not trying to do anything crazy here. We're not trying to be out of context. We're trying to be vernacular with the village. And that's how we arrived at this design. All the roof pitches meet the requirements. The GFA meets the requirements. Everything we're doing is as of right. We're not looking for any variances. We're looking to build a beautiful house in a beautiful village at the end of the day.
Okay. All right.
Can you put the ground plan back up and go through the ground plan with us?
Sure. That's a,
What do you need, Mark?
The ground plan?
You want the site, oh, the floor plan? or
No, the ground.
Site plan.
The site plan.
yes?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. So again, the antique shop is staying exactly where it is.
Yep, thank you.
And we have the rest of the house being moved towards the back, as you can see,
The new house.
the new house. You know, we're gonna be hiding the garage doors from visibility. Nobody wants to look at that from the street. And we're just trying to make it look, we wanna really kind of show the beauty of each of the homes on their own, or actually the antique shop and the house on itself.
And I just, remember one of the conditions of the prior approval was that there couldn't be any screening in front of the antique, what was
Right.
the antique shop.
Right.
But that'll of course screen the back house, because any screening will have to be behind what's
Mhm.
now gonna be the guest house.
So you can see the commercial frontage.
Yeah, oh, God,
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely,
Just making that clear.
No.
100%.
I think even more so, given the fact that we're gonna move it.
Mhm.
Okay. Sarah or Mark or John, whoever wants to go first is welcome to.
Well, I believe that our historic consultant took issue with the divided lights on the building, and I don't seem to have that memo either, but do you have that, Mark?
Yeah.
You're talking about the existing structure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, on the guest house.
Yeah.
The new proposed divided light.
It said, it was talking about the proposed work of the Sydney White store involves removing the rear additions, replacing the 2 double-hung windows on the rear elevation with slightly larger units, and cosmetically repairing and restoring the remainder of the building envelope. This work is acceptable with the exception that all 4 second-floor double-hung windows should have the 2/2 divided light pattern depicted in the 1977 Historic Resource Survey,
Done.
which aesthetically relates to the divisions of the first-floor store windows.
It's probably chronologically, historically appropriate too. That was comment one over one. So
Yeah.
we'll just make that change.
No problem.
Well, I'm just reading.
No, just don't-
I was just reading what,
Right.
I'm sorry?
I can't hear him from there. I need him at the podium.
I'm done.
Okay. For the next time.
Okay, we know that.
We got,
I think with the new building, the frontispiece and the door are not really in character with many of the buildings by having those 2 side lights, and the door, I don't know whether is that full glass or is that wood? It looks to be full glass.
We would be willing to do whatever the board thinks is appropriate with the front door, with the side lights and the door itself. If you'd like to see a solid panel with a 4 light.
Well, I think that the use of, Peter DeWitt used to say that the idea of having a glass door,
Mhm.
you couldn't walk by.
Sure.
It's not really a feature that appears in many Southampton buildings. And
I'd be happy to make that wood for you.
I don't know, Mark, what do you think?
Here's what I think. What you've done with the plan is you've got a historic house up here, and you've got a house that has absolutely no architectural relation to it back here. So you've got one property that looks like the house in the back is on a flag lot.
Yeah, someplace
So I
else.
think there's no architectural relationship between these. Because in the house itself, you've got turnbacks, you've got the round windows, you've got all these heavy architecture features, you've got transoms against the very simple architecture of the historic building that we're preserving. So if you walk onto the property, the architectural relationship between the big house and the small house is 0. So I think, I don't really have an issue so much with the size, but the issue that I have is the house itself should be simplified and pulled back to where architecturally there's a relationship between the 2 structures, because they are on the same property, and one is a guest house to the main house, and right now there's none.
Sure.
And you also, but
And
you,
then, for example, you've got is that a stone chimney that I see on the house?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I've got a brick chimney over here, and I've got a stone chimney over here. I've got literally no relationship between the 2. So I'd like you to take a look at that. And then my specific comment would be, you've got this house with divided lights, and there's not even a divided light relationship between the 2. But then you've got these 4 windows
Yeah.
that are over the front door that literally have no divides in them. And suddenly you've got this one contemporary expression over what is a more classic house as well. So that would be my comment. I'd like to see, not so much size, but as far as detail, I'd like to see simplified and with relationship.
But you'd like to see the divided lights with the transoms or the
Well, I
the
think
windows
all the way
over
around,
there.
like the turnbacks that you have on the rafters, I mean, on the roof line, is too much in comparison to the house that's
No, I
sitting in the
understand.
front.
I'm
So
talking
what I'd
about-
like to see is just the elevation calmed
Simplified.
down
Okay,
and brought to relate to the 2 structures, because it is one property.
gotcha.
and yet it's tricky. You don't want to be too imitative because you don't want to confuse the 2, which is real, which is Memorex, but I know you
Yeah,
can handle it.
it's actually quite simple what you're asking to do.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
don't think it's that
Okay.
complex at all, to be honest with you.
Good.
John Gregory, any comment?
No, I agree. If the two properties were separate, it would be a different conversation. But I think there is a lack of continuity between the historic building and what you're proposing. So in that sense, I agree with both Mark and Sarah.
Great, all right, thank you. Let me ask if there's any public comment, and then we'll turn it back to you folks. Any public comment here, elsewhere? Okay. So, yes, yeah, step up to the podium.
Accurately define what I'm hearing.
Okay,
So, if I may,
yeah,
tell me, we get rid of these transoms because they don't relate. The transom window's on the top.
Right.
The door's not going to be glass. We'll make it wood, maybe with some lights on the top, but that's fine. The chimney should be brick, not stone. And do you want us to have us do away, or can we just minimize those turnbacks? I know they're bulky.
They're bulky.
Do you want Sarah? Do you want us not to be
I
there?
think they can be minimized.
Minimized. Okay.
You don't want, quote, pork chops, but you don't.
Right. No. Yeah. No. I understand. I understand. It helps for leaders and stuff like that, but.
And the base of this building is also,
Yeah, there's
Stone?
is it brick or stone?
Well, on the drawing, it's stone.
It's stone. I mean, you want it that, or you want a wood watermark? We're sort of flexible, whatever you think.
I think a wood watermark would make, would
Is
be,
that okay?
Yeah, I think that.
Consider it done.
yeah.
Is the height of it okay?
What is the height?
What is the height of the watermark, for lack of better description? I maybe.
Well, it's right to the underside of the window, so it should be about, just about 3 feet from the base.
I would probably bring that down,
Okay. Yeah, maybe like a
To-
foot and a half.
yeah, to almost the height of the porch.
Yeah. And we'll make it wood.
That's fine.
so, board members, do you feel the need to see a rendering from the street of what
The two would look
how
like
the
together.
houses would
Yeah.
appear?
Yes.
I think that
Um,
would help.
Yeah, if you could do that, I think, do we need to see properties to either side, or is that less of an issue? We know
That's
the,
For where this house is, I think that's less of an issue. I think it's really the relationship of
Okay.
this house.
The architecture.
to the
yeah,
rest of
so
the
if you could do
historic
that
structure.
in perspective from front, and maybe, whether it's a 45-degree angle or not, but from the sides as well.
Mhm.
Just one last thing I don't forget to mention. We have no divided light on the windows over the entrance. What's the thought on those?
First of all, I
Smaller.
think they should be smaller,
Okay.
there should
Should
be
be
fewer of
two?
them, and they should be,
2 with 1/1?
well, you come back and tell us what you think is right.
Right.
What I'm seeing here right now is all 4 of them are too big,
Okay.
and they're too,
Is the material over the entrance, is that a seamed?
Standing seam
Standing
copper.
seam copper.
Is that, raise the same issue of compatibility, or?
well, it doesn't for me. I think it's
Okay.
compatible, because it will
It's
darken.
copper.
Okay.
The other question that I have is, right now on your drawings, there are 2 lights on the front porch, 1 exterior light, 1 to each side of the door.
Mhm.
But there are none on the door or near the garage, and there are no light fixtures across the rear elevation. So if you intend to put surface light fixtures, just do me a favor and just put them into the drawings for us.
Okay. And just, we okay with the sound windows on the top of on the rear of it, or elevation?
I would prefer they not be there because they don't have relationship to the front house, and I think,
And we do
again,
it with the transoms.
I would
up front.
lose those.
yeah.
Lose them, okay. If they're square, or you just lose them generally?
I actually think you guys decide. My preference would be just you lose them generally, just
Okay.
lose them.
Well, they're good,
Yeah,
they're good, particularly, we have a cedar shingle roof.
Yeah.
They're good in the, during the summer to open up to.
What are those windows?
delivery.
I haven't looked at the interior plan. Do those windows go to interior or to the attic?
They go to the attic. They go to the attic.
They go to the attic.
Yeah.
Personally,
We'll
I
make 'em
think going
square.
square would be better.
Square.
We
That's
can
just-
look at them square.
It's a
Okay.
preference, of
Let's make
course.
them square.
And then I guess what everybody else has talked about, I think, the door should be solid, and if you're going to do the side lights, they should probably be paned.
Okay, great.
Okay,
All right. thanks.
so, Thank you, gentlemen. And so, inasmuch as you have agreed to go back to the drawing board on these things, we will assume you're asking us to adjourn, in which case I would move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting, if that gives you enough time.
11:12.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, well, no, if not, just,
No.
you know, okay.
That makes your life easy.
No.
Thank you.
It makes the client's life.
John, do you need this back?
Oh, yeah, thanks, Sarah.
Okay, so
I drew
I
on
need a
it.
second on the motion to accept
Second.
the applicant's request to adjourn. That's from Mark, all in favor? Aye. We're good, Alice?
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, next application is that of Spencer and Ruth Kupferman at 232 Hill Street to reconstruct the first floor foundation and walls of the two-story
okay.
non-conforming
Great, thank
accessory
you.
structure.
Am I stamping?
We have the affidavits and they're in order.
Sarah, I'm just keeping the stack of these down here.
Huh?
Okay.
I'm just keeping a stack down here for later.
Yeah.
Can you take this one too?
If you want to put those on the cart, we'll get those filed tomorrow.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. So, introduce yourself, tell us who you are. Have those been previously submitted into the file?
If you want them, if you don't,
Yeah,
that's-
no,
that's-
I-
yeah,
we'll
that's-
send the file.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And everything is digital, so
Stamp.
Dujay has it. Dujay.
So my name is Sal Iannone, architect. I'm representing the owner. Last February, the owner had a leak or a bursted pipe in the bathroom upstairs, and they removed all the finishes on the first floor, and we discovered inadequate framing. So we have to kind of reconstruct the first-story walls and foundation to restore the structure back the way it was.
Expensive leak.
Yeah.
Okay, so take us through existing and what, if any, changes are being made.
There are no changes being made, other than the fact that we gotta reconstruct the foundation and the walls on the first floor. Gonna take the windows and put them right back, sliding doors, put them back. Put it right back the way it was.
And do we know
So in
the,
process, are you having to lift the house? Are you having to lift the house
We're
and
gonna hold the
rebuild-
house up,
Rebuild the
remove
foundation,
the walls,
drop it
remove
back
the
down?
foundation. The
Put the
foundation
windows-
is
Put the windows back
crumbled.
in?
We're gonna pour a slab, rebuild the walls, and put the house back down.
Okay.
and to Sarah's point on the previous application, are there any changes to the materials that we would see?
Everything's going back the way it was.
So I'm not sure what the issues are before us.
I don't know.
Alice?
Alex,
Yes, so I'm sorry?
can you just give us a heads up on why this is in front of us, if this is a maintenance issue?
Well, I think the extent of the maintenance
Okay,
is being replaced in kind, and the idea as the previous application that it's being done in an appropriate methodology
Right.
that is considered a replacement.
okay.
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 Yeah,
That's
we,
what we
we
need.
we
Okay.
find no fault in that,
Great.
so
No,
thank
thank
you,
you.
Alex, and thank you, Sal, and the property owners. So,
Are you gonna allow for public comment?
oh, yeah, that's what we do. And in fact, that's a good segue. Are there any public comments?
Yes.
Yes. So please step up to the podium, introduce yourself
Hi,
and where you live.
my name is Marianne Lafito, and I'm the neighbor at
Okay, Marianne.
240 Hill Street. The only thing that I would like to know is, because I'm a widow, I rent my house
Mhm.
in the summer, what is the scope of the work in terms of how you're lifting an entire house, putting a new foundation? This is a big job. So
Can I just ask that you address all your comments to the board,
To the
and if
board.
they
Oh.
deem
Right,
it
right.
appropriate to ask these questions,
So-
they'll do that?
Okay,
So
I will.
So yeah. So no. So the point is there.
So I'm just wondering, when would this work begin? How long would it take? And is it possible not to do it during the months of July and August? How do we do?
So, sort of what I was saying at the beginning, so this is the Board of Architectural Review, and that's the limit to what we can do. In terms of the actual production and what occurs on one property and a neighbor's property, that's really an issue between the neighbors. And in the current environment, I'm not even sure contractors know, because of the supply chain issues, when they start and when it ends. My guess is the applicant probably wants to use the house as much as you want to use yours. But beyond that, we have no authority.
Okay, so
over-
basically I will speak to the architect and the owners.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
But, and we're glad that you're here, and this is also a good opportunity for neighbors to address those issues. So, Sal, if you can step back to the podium. Okay, you will, yeah. But first, Sal, we just want to finish the business here. Any other public comment? All right.
Mr. Chairman, I want to point out the plans being shared. I apologize, I don't believe those are the right plans, but we may have had those in the wrong folder.
Okay, but what we're going on is that simply the house is being lifted and there are no exterior changes being made to anything visible, including any of the materials on that which is visible. So on that basis, and inasmuch as this is in the historic district, we'll submit it to written decision with those provisos. Alice, is there anything else you need in terms of information for the written decision?
No.
Okay, great. So I move that we submit to written decision the application of Spencer and Ruth Kupferman at 232 Hill Street. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mark, all in favor?
Aye.
John, you're an aye as well? Okay, so, written decision. Thank you very much. And thank you as well for coming.
Thank you, Sarah, Jeffrey, and Mark.
Okay, great. Great, thanks. Okay, now on to First Pasture LLC at 260 First Neck Lane for interior and exterior alterations. Is there an applicant here?
Yeah,
Is anybody, any hands up on the video?
Yep, I'm bringing him in right now.
Okay, great, thanks.
We have the affidavits and they're in order.
And the affidavits are in order, thank you.
Yep.
It's Oliver Cope.
Yeah.
4.
Hello. Trying to start my video, but it doesn't seem to want to take it, so I apologize for hiding behind my name. It's Oliver Cope. I'm
Okay.
the architect for 252 First Neck. Here I go. There I am. Hi. Excuse me, thank you very much. Should I share my screen, or do you want to?
Sage, how do you want to do that?
Yes, please.
Yes, you can share your screen, thank you.
Bear with me 1 second. Okay. Can you see these drawings?
Not yet, we see you.
Okay. How do I do this? Share screen?
It's a nice picture.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Like the boats.
There we
There
go.
we go, thank you.
Thank you. So this is 252 First Neck. You may remember that I've been here. before you
252 or
on the-
260?
Well, sorry, this is 262. I've been here before you on both
Wait,
252 and.
I've got 260.
Right, that's correct.
This is 260.
Okay,
It's just a sort of a joint project between these two neighboring
Right.
houses.
Okay.
252
All
and
right,
260. This is the newer house that we've done serial projects on that have been before you. one of the most recent ones was the central mudroom porch, which had shadow in it. But what I'm here about is really relatively minor. We're making some second floor alterations. And you can see our proposed elevation, maybe you can see my cursor. Okay, this group of 3 windows is currently what's down below, which is just this one bathroom window. So this is why I'm here. I'd like to increase the size and change the location of what is the bathroom window, and then add a pair of adjacent double hunks that are consistent with the row above. It's facing north, it's not visible from the street. There's not much left, as far as I can tell, of any original structure, and this is just a series of modifications that have been going on for probably the last 30 years.
Okay. All right. John, we'll give you a shot from the distance. Any comment?
No, actually, I think it's fine. I don't see a big issue here, especially since it's not facing the street.
Okay. All righty. Mark?
I agree, I
Okay.
think.
Sarah?
Yeah, you've been tinkering with this for the last 30 years, and I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
As
Any-
long as, historic material is not being altered, I have no problem.
Oliver, how would you address that concern?
There's no historic material. This is an extension to an extension
To
to
an
an
extension.
original house that's been completely subsumed.
Yeah.
Not lately by me, but not for the last 30 years. That's a series of other interventions. I guess.
Right.
Okay,
right,
great.
That's fine.
Any public comment? No? Okay. Alice, do you have enough information? Okay.
I do.
So then I move that we submit for written decision with approval, First Pasture LLC, 260 First Neck Lane, for interior and exterior, well, for exterior alterations. Like I said at the beginning, interior is not our purview. So, is there a second on that?
Second?
Mark? And all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. So that goes to written decision. Okay, thank you, Oliver.
Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Okay.
Oh, you'll be back.
Yes, I will. I have a new addition to the porch coming up.
Oh, God.
I told you.
All right, great.
It's all right. Everybody has enthusiasm for these things, so I'm just happy.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, the next application to be heard is that of By the Hedge LLC at 7 Gin Lane, single-family dwelling with an attached garage, accessory patio and swimming pool. Affidavits, Alice?
Fancy.
All
We have the affidavits and they're in order.
right, gentlemen, introduce yourselves as you are wont to do.
My name is John Bennett, Bennett and Reed, 212 Windmill Lane. Counsel for the applicant. Always a pleasure to work with John David Rose. Ed Hollander and or Melissa Riva should be on Zoom. From Hollander Design. Let's wait till they come on board. Okay. Oh, we're all on one screen, guys?
I have a full set of the drawings as well, if that helps.
No, to the extent that everything is with the J, then she's got it all.
Okay.
And you just have to tell her what slides you want, and
Okay.
she's
What
quite
page?
capable of doing
Okay.
it.
Well, just let me launch right into it. Ed and company, can you hear us?
We
Oh.
are here. Can
Oh.
you hear us?
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
I'm with you in spirit as well as I'm not physically.
No,
I-
virtually.
We'll let that one
we're gonna
pass.
let that one
We already
Amen.
ruled on the church.
Yeah, that's right. All right,
This is an application for the construction of a new single-family residence at 7 Gin Lane. The property is currently improved by a single-family residence located about 9.8 feet from Gin Lane. The applicant is proposing to maintain the existing historic structure on this property and will, as per specifically allowed in a 1999 Zoning Board of Appeals approval, convert that structure to an accessory structure as permitted by the variance granted again in 1999. The variance specifically allowed the structure to remain and there was some back and forth with the Architectural Review Board at that point, as long as cooking and heating and sleeping are removed. So that's going to happen. So the variance is available if you need it, but it's a variance that runs with the land and specifically allowed. That's relatively small for the neighborhood, but nevertheless historic structure to remain. There's no proposal to change that at all, other than to interior modifications that would come into compliance with the variance. Just very, very briefly, to give you a bit of a background in terms of the statistics that we're dealing with here, and then I'll turn it over to John. The size of the lot is 109,442 square feet. What is that? It's about 2.5 acres. Oh, thank you. The proposed house, the gross floor area is 9,979 square feet. The maximum allowed GFA on the site is 12,442. In this particular zone, you don't take out the accessory structures. The house is about 2,500 square feet under the allowable GA, the proposed house. The house is 35 feet above base flood elevation, not base flood elevation plus 2, 35 feet above base flood elevation for an elevation of about 49 feet above sea level. In terms of relating that to the existing grade, the house is about 41 feet. The top of the ridge, of the highest ridge, is about 41 feet above existing grade. One thing that I think helps some of the neighbors in terms of a view shed, although that's not something you're supposed to take into consideration, it is something that people are concerned about. The wetlands setbacks pushes the house significantly to the west. And back into the body of the property and away from the lake. I think the rest of it speaks visually, but is best presented visually by John. And Ed.
Good evening, John David Rose, architect, located at 596 Hampton Road. A very brief history. If you go through Sally Spanberg's book and we look at page 34, and I'll hand this up to you if you, I see you have a copy.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of important. That's what this building looked like around the hurricane of 32, 8, sorry. And it was taken down soon after that. I also was fortunate enough, and I think these are kind of important, you'll enjoy these. I have postcards, color postcards, which I did not put in the file, understandably why. And they show that same building.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, it was called Nybrink, which, it's my understanding, it meant near the edge.
Too near to the edge.
Just about in the edge. It was pretty close. Here are 3 of those enlarged postcards I'm handing out. I don't know if the camera can zoom in on those. I beg your pardon?
No, that's mine.
No, that's the landscape architect. To add to that, there's a watercolor that we found that was quite cool. Reminds me a little bit of what you see back there.
Yeah.
I'd never seen that one before.
Mm-mm.
There's a lot of great history about this property. And then the last handout. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
I don't have to-
We love history.
What this is a map of Agawam Lake. And the buildings in red are the projects we've worked on over the last, well, in my career. There's about 17 houses that we've worked on within walking distance of this house. And that shows 2 things. One, that I'm pretty old, but more importantly, that we understand the fabric of the neighborhood. We were part of it, helping create a lot of these buildings. Some of them are new buildings, some are historic preservations, and some of them are just architectural consulting work. But I understand how important this building is. It's an important site. Everyone's going to see it. It needs to get along with the neighbors. We've been in touch with the neighbors. John may talk about that a little further. But it's important that it doesn't replicate any of them because we're right next to a windmill, of course. But we need to be sympathetic to the materials, which is why you see a sample board, and I'll get into that in 1 minute. Briefly, the house is 2 bedrooms on the first floor, 4 bedrooms on the second floor, and a bunk room in the half story. The roofing and siding will be as per that example right there, which is a cedar siding, 6-inch exposure left to the weather for both the roof and the walls. I'm trying very hard to reduce the trim. This particular one is Benjamin Moore Iron Mountain. And then, of course, the brick is a used brick as well. We're going to have brick chimneys, fireplaces, and the base of the house is brick.
Veneer.
Yes, because everything is breakaway wall. Yes. Windows will be double hung, 2/2s by LePage. The low sloped roofs will have copper. The gutters and leaders will be half round copper. And as I said earlier, that's the brick sample right there. I could go on and on, but I know you have a very long meeting tonight, so I'm going to cut it real short and turn it over to, if there's no questions, to Ed Hollander and his group. Are you okay with that? That Ed goes next, or?
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's get all the
We'll
information.
have questions.
Thank you, John. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't want to get into a competition with John about who's done more houses or who's older, because I think they'll win both.
But you will anyway.
What we have tried to do for this project, though, is to create a landscape. It obviously has to meet all of the village codes regarding grading and walls and things like that. So functionally, it meets all the village code requirements, while creating some discrete outdoor living spaces for our clients, immediately off the kitchen and the dining room and the things you would expect to see, but also then trying to create a sense of privacy for our clients, to the neighboring properties to the north and to the west, through plantings of salt and moisture tolerant trees such as willows and sweet gums and native maples, preserving all of the existing mature hedges on the site, and then adding some additional significant plantings between the entry parking court and Gin Lane, so that, again, this becomes a discrete element that is discovered by our clients, but not something that is visible to passerbys along Gin Lane. Same with the existing historic structure, trying to preserve the feeling and the plantings that are there wherever we can, being sensitive to the ecological nature of this site, but also trying to be sensitive to the desires of our clients for privacy and the understanding that our neighbors would also like privacy for their properties from this new house.
Ed,
Yeah.
you're usually a man of a few thousand words, so that's it?
Well, you know, I looked at the agenda and was thankful we were going fairly early and don't want to batter on and make the poor people in the
No,
audience.
that's fine. Brevity, as Mark said, is appreciated. And
Yes, we
and if the
appreciate
board
it.
has questions in terms about the particular plantings, they can. So if that's your presentation, John, and Ed, then I'll ask the board for comments, questions, and then, of course, we'll open it to public comment.
Of course.
Could I see the photograph of the water?
There was a photograph that.
Which one was that, Sarah?
Is it your photo?
It's my photo. I walked the property.
Yeah, I'll bring that up now.
Thank you. I walked the property and stood on the that little diving board that goes off at the end of Lake Agawam by the Bathing Corporation and looked west. And what I saw was what you've shown in one photograph, where you see the windmill, and then you see the buildings that have been on 5 Gin Lane for a while. And I think my major concern is what will be visible from basically the public right-of-way from Agawam. Because I think that any confusion between what's modern of today and what's there now needs to be carefully addressed. And I think it would be a good idea to see what that east elevation looks like in context. I don't know if it interrupts any of this. It may well not. But I think in order to fully address the design, I think it's something that would be a good idea. And this is in Dropbox now. I just took it and sent it to Alex. But I wanted to show that it's highly visible from that little drop-off. And at the same time, you're told, oh, don't go anywhere near the water because you're going to die from blue-green algae. But still, this is a very prominent site, as you're aware. And I think if we could see in context what that looks like, that would help. Right. Because it's a tricky thing, as you know. You have a bell cap, and you have a lightning rod, and is that going to be confusing? I love the fact that you came up with that ironclad or whatever it's called, gray. I think that's a terrific way to have it drop out. On the other hand, you have some copper roofs that might, if they're covered with lead, might be a better alternative. I think something to make it not only of its time, but at the same time recessive, which is hard when you're building new things.
So, John, let's do this. Let's hear from the board, and
Thank
then you can respond to the collective comments. John, on the internet, any comments, concerns, questions?
Well, I like the house. I think it's in keeping with the historic homes in the adjoining neighborhood. I agree with Sarah on the copper roof. I think having a lead-coated copper would be much more subdued than the copper roof. It would age over time, of course. And I agree that it's worth having an extra look at how this home obstructs the view, not obstructs, but how the placement might obstruct the view from this photo that you're showing on the screen. But overall, I think the house is appropriate, and I think it's, from a design standpoint, it's fun.
Okay, Mark?
Listen, John, you do great work, so it's a beautiful house. I think it seems appropriate to where it is, but I would just like to understand what the visual relationship is when you're coming down by the Bathing Corp to understand what is going to change. Just, I think it's such an important site, we'd be prudent not to ask to see it.
Right. Okay, and I'll add to that, coming to the same conclusion, but perhaps in the context of the code. So the code speaks to our consideration of scale of the proposed alteration or new construction in relation to the property itself, surrounding properties in the neighborhood. The code also speaks to visual compatibility with surrounding properties, including proportion of facade, arrangement of windows, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And in terms of scale, and thank you for this picture, the house that was originally there was considerably grand, but there were few houses surrounding it, so the relative scale was masked or mirrored. It wasn't an issue. Now, obviously, there are a lot more houses in the area. And so, yes, I agree with Sarah and Mark and John that seeing this in the context of some of the similar views, those postcards, if you could take those postcards or the views from those postcards from the south end of Lake Agawam to the southeast east side of Lake Agawam, and then as you make the curve, that would be helpful. And like, the other way probably too, to see how it fits in coming from the west in the context, and to the extent that there were some suggestions in terms of design, which are, I think, were relatively minor in terms of the overall scheme of things, but still would have an impact on the visual presentation. So I'll give you a chance. Let me just ask for public comment, and then you could respond to everything. Any public comment? Here, there, everywhere? Okay. So John, and Ed. Any comment?
Yes, so Sarah, your point is perfect, and I think that's really the view, because the point is how does it compete? And by the way, I've worked on the windmill. What a great building. I was on the phone with the neighbor. The point, if I understand it correctly, is when I'm coming up here, how does it relate to that? I don't want to copy that windmill.
Right.
I'd almost rather block it, quite frankly, than copy it. We can give you that perspective. I think that makes sense. The one coming from the west, quite frankly, I don't think you'll see it, because the hedges, Ed didn't get into it, but some of the hedges are 22 feet along the property to the north, certainly trimmed down as you come from the west, but we'll look at it from there, and if it's a value, certainly we'll do that.
Well, I think it would be. I mean, you're talking about a house that, as you said, is 41 feet above grade, so if the hedges are 20 feet or 22, I don't have to be much of a mathematician to figure out there's a 20-foot difference.
But in perspective,
maybe
which
not.
is what that photo is, and will be very helpful, but we'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
It's easy. A quick
Well,
note.
we'd like to take a look at it too, so, thanks.
The lead-coated copper, I agree, but it's not environmentally friendly. We used to do it all the time, and it's really not a very healthy thing for anyone. What we're using the copper on is really the low-sloped roofs. They're too flat to put a cedar roof on it, so the Cedar Institute says anything 3.5 or 4.5 pitch, and greater is fine. It's when the shed dormers, and it's just a series of shed dormers, it gets very flat. Quite frankly, I don't think you'll see it from the ground.
Okay.
So while I love lead-coated copper,
Yeah,
it's
well,
really
dull-
not environmentally
or
friendly
dull
anymore.
aluminum, I mean,
You
something.
won't see it after a year or two anyway.
You won't. It
It'll be
goes
so
to
dark.
bronze. It goes to a bronze color immediately.
And then green.
Yeah. We don't have enough pollution, which is a good and a bad thing.
Just a question, what is the purpose now for the accessory structure?
So that's a pre-existing building that we're not allowed to remove.
I understand, but in its use purpose today, what will it be used for?
Well, we have to take the heat out. So
Right.
that means
So
no
it's just-
sleeping, no kitchen, no bedrooms, and it's just going to be a gym and
Good.
studio, study. It's a cool little building. I mean,
It's a great little building,
really
and,
is.
and it's a product of its time, and
Yeah.
it,
Oh, yeah.
and you know that it's not old, and that's what I'm hoping we can strike with.
The reason why I'm asking is because, similar to my comments about the earlier house, it does feel like the main house here is ignoring it, because we've screened it out completely, so it's basically not visible from the main house. So if there a way that there could be a little bit of relationship with them, not architecturally in this case, because it's an accessory structure, but right now from the plan that I see, it looks like you're trying to ignore it.
So one of the nice things about looking from the west is that's what you see. And although we're going to close down that driveway, we're still going to have a walkway to get to the water. And that was another thing when we chatted with the neighbor, because right now, if we continue to use that driveway, it's driveway next to driveway, and that's not good for anyone.
No.
That's a really scary corner.
Yeah.
So we pull the driveway away, but Ed's going to have a walking path down to the ocean. So the reason that's important is it opens up that vista of this building when you're coming from the west.
Which
As
is
far
great.
as relating to the main building, certainly the siding is the same. I hadn't given any thought about changing the color of the trim to that. I don't know how you'd feel about that. If we could prove that the trim is not original, maybe that's a discussion, but the textures and things like that, they are very similar. But you're right, it's an accessory building. It's in a pre-existing non-conforming location, so I physically can't attach to it. And there's a part of me that says if you go through the estate section, look at some of these great old buildings, they changed as they went through.
Yeah.
You know, new technology came, the window style changed. It's not uncommon. You'd see a very old home with 3 different window styles in it. And I get your point, and you touched on the previous application, and I understand that. This is a little unique situation in that it's a cool little building. And
Should be left alone.
I'd rather not emulate that in our main structure, because
Yeah.
that's more like what was there before.
I don't actually see it as an emulation so much as the way it's actually from the landscape plan, it's been screened off so much that it looks like it's being ignored by the main structure. I just feel like there's no relationship between two on a single piece of property.
I think
We
Ed
can
can,
look at modifying that also.
Okay, thank you, Ed.
good point.
Okay, good points, a good way to end and adjourn. Then I would move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn, because I assume that's what you were thinking. And do I have a second on that, Sarah?
Pending
Second
more
by Sarah.
information.
Okay,
Yeah.
and more information, including the, right, it's actually, the board is requesting the streetscapes, if you will, from around Lake Agawam and to the west. I think that would be helpful, from the west as well, John. So, that being, yes,
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question if I could.
sure. Of the board or the applicant?
Oh, just on this application, with regard to the existing structure, the decision from the zoning board, I think, related to the existing building not having a heating system. I just wanted to clarify if that was, there's going to be no heating in that building.
They said they're going to remove it.
Yeah, the accessory structure, an accessory structure can have heating. It can be air conditioned under the village code. It can be air conditioned. It can't be heated, although an interesting exception to it is it can have a fireplace.
Oh, okay. I thought you could put in.
I call that the Peter Tufo exception.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Well,
That's what it was, yeah.
Interesting.
Because that's not deemed to be central heating. But Alex, that's right in the code. And you don't have to even worry about looking at the code because in the zoning board of appeals decision.
Okay, great. Great, Alex?
Yeah.
Great, okay, great. So I think we put a motion to adjourn.
Yeah, you stated it, but we didn't get a second.
Second by Mark, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Okay, great. All right, gentlemen, we'll see you at the next meeting if you're ready by then. If not,
I have your postcards.
yeah.
Oh, thank you.
They look well preserved.
You're right, I wanted to pocket them.
Yes,
Yeah.
those are your
Yeah.
5-cent
Oh, I
postcards that
didn't
now
read it.
cost $3.
I couldn't, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ed.
Thank you, Ed.
Let's see, you want to take that, the 322.
Driveway gate.
Yep, all right, so driveway gates within the historic district, we have one application, that of 322 South Main Street LLC, eponymously at 322 South Main Street. So, yes, sir, tell us who you are.
Christopher Gaynor, 30 Newberry Lane, Southampton, New York.
Okay, did we get the
Agent
affidavits?
to
Yes.
3322.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your first name.
Yep. Christopher Gaynor.
Hi, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay, so, let's see, do we have on the screen what this is gonna look like and where it's gonna be placed? Okay, great. All right, Chris, why don't you take us through the elevation, starting with the placement, the design, the dimensions, and the materials.
The materials actually going to be wood. The architect who drew it for the gate guy put steel, but it's actually going to be made out of wood and painted. The existing gate posts are not going to be disturbed. We are going to attach the 4x4, the steel, to the backside where it will be invisible from the street and look like the gates are attached to the existing gate posts without knocking them down.
Gotcha. Okay. And those pillars are about halfway back from the this cobblestone that extends from the street to the driveway.
Yeah, they're a little bit over 20 feet.
Mhm.
They are existing though,
Right. Right.
and historic as best
Yeah.
as I could tell.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. No, it's just, this was partly for the
Yes, they be
purposes of
maintained.
writing up the written decision. Okay. You want to just take us through the dimensions in terms of the height of the gate at its highest point on the end to its lowest point in the center? And
the
then can you
highest-
speak about the transparency?
the highest point on the ends is 6 feet to the edge. The lowest point at the end is, sorry, I can't really read it on these. The transparency is actually above what you have been asking for lately. And the balustrade is square spindles.
Great. Okay. Will this be an automatic gate?
Yes, it will.
And where do you intend to install a mechanism, if you do at all?
The mechanism will be in the ground.
Okay. So there'll be no visible gooseneck or external keypad?
No, the external keypad is actually going to go on the existing gate post that is covered with ivy, so it's going to be just
Great.
trimmed around. Yeah.
That's much appreciated. Mark?
No, I think it's great. It's fine.
Okay, Sarah? John?
Fine.
Okay, any public comment? Okay, so, Alice, do you have enough information?
I heard that it's wood painted. I didn't get the color.
It's going to be white.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And the wood, I assume it's mahogany?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we should just get those plans corrected.
Yeah. Now, I don't have the benefit of the plans in front of me. Do we have the file over there? You want to?
Well, he needs the architect to do it. He said the architect drew them.
Oh, okay.
I can still
You-
prepare a determination.
Yeah, it's historic, so you're going to have a certificate
Yeah.
Right.
anyway.
I can get the architect to make that amendment and get it into
Yeah.
Sounds
there
good.
tomorrow morning.
Great.
Sounds good.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
so, any public comment? I think I asked for that. None? Okay. So then, I move that we submit a written decision to be drafted by council to approve driveway gates at 322 South Main Street LLC, upon say, 32 South Main Street. So, second on that? Anyone?
Second.
Second by John, okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Chris, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, great. Father Emma Edwards, how are you doing out there? And you're able to capture all of this?
Yes, so far so good.
Okay, great, because when we go in to sign the various files, we refer back to the minutes, so thank you. Okay, so now we move into public hearings, non-historic. Thank you, folks, we seem to be doing well on time. Let's hope that continues. So the first carryover is that of Heart of the Hamptons at 44 Meeting House Lane. This is a two-story addition and alterations.
There's a request for an adjournment.
Okay. Did I miss that, or was it?
No, they're here.
Oh, they're here, okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I thought I was going back to.
Okay, no, that was like one Hampton Road now. Oh, you know what? I think there was a letter in there from last meeting in my package. I had that.
I swear there's a letter that says.
We had submitted a letter for an adjournment for your last meeting.
Right.
So it maybe
Still
was
in the
just in our
box.
file, so you're
Still in the
not
box,
losing
okay.
your mind.
Okay, good. Well,
I was feeling a little gaslit
all
there for a
right,
minute.
so,
I
folks,
know I read the letter.
introduce yourselves and tell us who you are and who you represent, and we'll get everything out. Okay?
I'll send it. I'm Molly Bishop, Executive Director of Heart of the Hamptons. So we were here before you maybe about a month ago, maybe a little longer. We took what you said. We've submitted an application to the Zoning Board of Appeals to request a variance to move the dormer to the west-facing side of the building. We've made arrangements with the church to share their dumpster, so we don't have a dumpster on the property at all.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And we have moved the walk-in refrigerator to the existing slab in the back where the ambulance department had a shed. So we're hoping that that might be okay with you guys to utilize that existing slab. The walk-in is finished in a stucco and can be painted any color. So if you're okay with that, we're open to any suggestions on that. We have submitted a building department application to do the first floor interior work. But in going through the building with the builders, the windows are really, really in terrible shape. And so then that's what sort of got us thinking that we should come back to you and start talking about the windows and the doors while we are also still waiting to hear from the ZBA.
So Molly, you'd begun by saying you had gotten approval for the west-facing dormer.
No.
No.
We have our first meeting with them this Thursday.
Okay.
So we don't know at all what they're going to say, but we know that it would take their approval as well as your approval. And so, just wanted to update you with what that looks like with these new renderings.
Right.
And if possible, to ask for your approval pending their approval, so that we could keep moving since we have been going through this process for 2 years.
Yeah, the actual logistics we can discuss with Alice. One thing we can do is give you some feedback on that which you submitted, and to the extent that facilitates your discussion with the Zoning Board of Appeals, then, fine. But in as much as you say you're gonna have to come back with a reworking of the windows?
No. So we're
just
here before
You're
you
replacing the windows?
to
the
replace
existing
the
vinyl
windows.
in
Okay.
kind?
In kind.
In kind, okay, that's all right.
And we've minimized the changes to the openings so that all of the window openings will remain windows.
Okay, so Alice, in terms of advice, in terms of handling this, I'm very open to the board reviewing their submission and providing some comment. I don't know if we can go much beyond that, or should go much beyond that.
Well, given that this is not in the historic district, if the board wanted to give an approval tonight that is conditioned upon the grant of the zoning board variance, they could do that. You could do that.
Okay.
I actually think this one's unusual, and the reason they're in front of the zoning board is because we asked them to be.
Right, and they asked to have it before us, so, yeah. Okay, well, why don't you take us through the changes that you've made to the elevations, okay? To the building.
Ben Chaliff and Rogers Architects. Good evening.
I'm sorry, I forgot your first name.
Ben.
Ben, okay,
That's
Ben.
okay. So, yeah, things are very similar to as you saw them last time, except the dormer is mirrored to the west side, as you so wisely suggested, and it obviously would require a variance, and so we're trying to do that in parallel. The windows on the first floor, we're keeping the existing openings as much as possible. We don't want to quite replace them in kind because, frankly, they're junk windows, and that's why they're falling apart. They're, 1970s wooden windows that are completely rotting and falling apart. So we would like to approve upon that with the generally similar appearance. They're actually, I believe they're east and west, some differences in the muntins, but we'd like to make everything more regular in a standard 6/6 pattern for the double hungs in a white aluminum clad wood window for durability and aesthetic. And that would follow through then to the proposed windows in the dormer, which are a mix of awnings and casement type, similarly in white aluminum clad wood. And everything is, as we discussed, I think, material-wise, similarly last time, with the large parts of your objection being the dumpster now completely gone, and the walk-in moved much further south than it was to an existing slab.
Right.
Can you do me a favor and just take us through
Sure.
color? Just take everyone through color one more time. So
Oh, okay.
The brick at the lower level is?
The existing brick is a glazed red brick. We're going to match that as best we can on the infill portion on the front elevation, where we're converting one overhead door to two high windows there. So we will match that brick as best that the manufacturers can do. We're not painting it. The proposed siding and trim would be white. The roof would be asphalt shingle, in an architectural asphalt shingle in a pewter gray.
Okay.
And I think that's the extent of the exterior material color palette. The doors also would be white. They're a half-light commercial door to be replaced. The carriage-style door that would be changing out the metal sectional overhead door in that opening on the eastern one, that would be more of a carriage style with lights as it's depicted, rather than the completely industrial metal sectional ones.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Maybe,
Pewter gray.
And Ben, the questions that Mark was asking, which you detailed, unless they're on the full-size plans, I don't see a material list here.
They should be called out on the elevations.
At least, not on the smaller ones, and I'm not chastising you for this, I'm just saying that I don't have it on here, and they should be recorded on that which goes before the building department.
Well, they absolutely would be in the construction documents and the permit set for the exterior work. We haven't
Right,
submitted that yet.
Oh, you haven't submitted?
We've only submitted for a permit for the interior work because we are lacking your approval to do anything
Well,
to
we'll
the
just-
outside.
We'll need a set of plans that it details it all for us.
Of course.
Because before we sign off as ARB, we also want all that information detailed.
Understood
Right.
and
Alice,
agreed to.
how would that impact, and obviously, there's public comment to be heard, or there may be. If in fact they have to submit plans that have those details, are we in a position to approve with that many contingencies?
Since we have all the details, it could be on the plan that you sign as chair. I think that would be sufficient, and we could make that another condition of the vote, but I think they might be on the plans.
Okay.
And the renderings certainly reflect.
Yeah, they're not on the updated.
Yeah,
plan.
gotcha.
Okay, all right. And again,
Okay.
Emma, your minutes will be important, because I do refer to them. Okay, so questions from the board? Other, Mark, Sarah, John?
I feel like they did everything we asked them to
Okay.
do.
Let me ask if they're, I'm sorry?
Just one comment.
Sure, John.
I really appreciate all the work they've done to meet our comments from last meeting. I believe we approved the sign that you're showing on the west facade of the building previously, but the sign you're showing on the second story under those windows was not included, and that would need to be submitted under a separate request.
Completely understand.
To
That
the
was
sign
a
committee.
leftover. It's not being asked for right now.
Okay.
My suggestion would, I would ask that you move to the first level under maybe those double windows next to the garage door.
Okay, so signage would be a separate application. We do have a sign committee, and John being
The idea.
the committee of, committee of one at this point.
Yeah, because I'm demo now.
So, but that can be done on an expedited basis, but having John's comments would be helpful.
Understood.
So speaking of comments, any public comments? Here,
That's a first.
any hands raised outside? Okay, so Alice, help me phrase this. I would move that we accept the applicant's plans as submitted and described this evening, subject to and contingent upon the approval of the Zoning Board of Appeals
For variance relief for the dormer.
for variance relief of the dormer. Keep on going, Cyrano.
And
Receipt of updated plans.
subject to the receipt of updated plans reflecting the proposed materials.
I love the way she said that. Okay, that's exactly what I would have said. Second on that?
Second.
Okay, second by Mark, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you, folks. I know this has been a long process for everyone involved, so hopefully it will continue and, okay?
Yes, thank you for working with us.
Well, thanks. It takes a
wasn't
village.
crazy.
Yeah, that's what I saw
I guess that was from the
earlier.
last meeting.
That was the last meeting, yeah.
Well, we had two of them, one in September and October.
Okay. So, now on to, let me just put this on approved subject.
64 Layton.
Yeah, okay. Okay. The application of Evanstein and Shari Hellman at 64 Layton Avenue.
Evening.
Up. I hear voices.
They're in the clouds.
Yes, hello. Can you see me now?
Okay. Yes, introduce yourself, please.
Anthony Vermanois, 68 Union Street, Sag Harbor, representing Evan Steen and Sherry Hillman. Going to go to screen share here.
Yep, that would be great, thank you.
Alrighty. And you should be looking at our site plan here, S1. Okay, so I'll just go through quickly the changes we've made and the additional information we're providing since the last meeting. This board suggested that I do a contextual site plan showing some of the neighboring properties, which is what I'm showing here. You've actually seen this part of the site plan before. There's no real changes to it. Just showing what's around it. So we've got all the properties on this stretch of Layton Avenue are pretty much the same width. They're all kind of long and narrow. One of the concerns was that the board had, I believe, was that whether or not the rebuilt sunroom, even though it has the same number of windows as the existing sunroom, is that going to have any different impact on the neighbors? And what I would argue is as you can see from the site plan, the existing sunroom, which is here, is actually already well past the back walls of the two neighboring properties. And our little addition here, which you can see here, is just kind of really just going to have the same impact of whatever limited impact that the current sunroom has on their backyards. It'll be the same impact for this one. Another thing I would add is that because these properties are very narrow, if the neighbors ever wanted to expand their houses, they're going to have the same issue that we're having. They're going to have to go out to the back. Neither of them go out to the sides. Neither of these houses look like they've been extensively renovated recently. Then there was a question about what would a neighbor behind the house look like. So as you can see, it's a very long, narrow property. And what you have here is just kind of a long, narrow property that goes all the way to Hildreth Street here. The main house is here in the front. The swimming pool area is in the back. But what's sort of backing on our property is actually an existing accessory structure. Looks like it's maybe a one-story garage or something to that effect. So that's already, their accessory structure is basically shielding whatever limited amount of light would be coming from our back wall into their backyard. So that's S1. I'm going to go to, great, okay, A4 here. Another change this board requested, easy enough, instead of doing the four panel French doors on the second floor, we've just reduced that to 2 panels, so a lot less glass there facing the back. There's a question about exterior lighting, and I'll show you the detail on the exterior lighting, but basically, there's 2 little sconces, existing sconces by the existing front door, basically just that same kind of theme we're going to take around the house. So you get 2 little sconces here, 2 little sconces here, and you'll see there's a sconce on the side door. So that's the other, and that's going to be the extent of the exterior lighting.
you know, we've already talked about how we lowered the ridge, how we reduced the length of the addition. I'm not gonna go into that again unless you have some specific questions about it. Remember in the last presentation, I made a mistake and put a couple of windows on this side wall of the garage. I removed those. I think I have here somewhere. Yeah, there's the little sconce there. Not sure if that you can see that in my screen share, but basically just just picked out something that was similar to what was on the existing front door there.
Yep. Thank you.
So that's basically it.
Okay. Comments from the board, we'll start with John.
Yeah, well, I understand your, argument about, the light not being any different on the first floor than what it currently is. The fact that the property itself will now jut into essentially the backyards of the properties on both sides, that is really what becomes the issue for me, and thank you. And while, we can only, make decisions based on what's before us. We can't suppose what might happen to adjoining properties from a renovation or extension standpoint. So I still have an issue with the windows, at least on the side of the property. And also the second floor balcony is a non-starter for me. So I for the same reason. Narrow lots, you're peering into people's backyards. I can't prove it just based on that.
Well, I mean, as I said, my argument here is that there's an existing sunroom that is already theoretically peering into the backyards, and that sunroom isn't getting larger, it's just getting moved further back.
Right.
So maybe a little bit baffled with how this would be any material difference to either neighbor.
You see where your arrow is? The windows that are on that side of the property are now into the backyard of that neighbor, where before they were essentially across from the structure of their house.
No, they weren't. I mean, look.
This is not gonna be an argument, so that's my comment.
Right.
I'll hand it off to someone else.
Yeah, no, we can see how it's positioned, so anyway, let me ask the other board members to chime in. Mark?
Well, first of all, thank you, because I think a lot of the changes you made were based on the comments from last week. I would say that I do, because of the way it's just in the yard, share John's concern about the balcony on the second floor.
Sarah?
Thank you for changing the second story from a series of 4 to 2. It doesn't really bother me, but that's not my shtick. I'm the historian amongst us. Thank you.
Okay, for my part, I hear very much what John is saying about when a house is expanded both vertically and lengthwise, it will create more light. There's no getting around that. The question is, part of our responsibility is also to permit reasonable development. And the flip side of that, and I live on a flag lot, and somebody built a second story on an adjacent flag lot, and I feel John's pain. But to do otherwise would prevent them from expanding at all, which is not really our charge to do. I think they've presented a reasonable case in terms of what they're doing here. And perhaps it's just an unfortunate consequence. To the extent it could be mitigated, I'm not sure if and how it could be. However, I do agree with my board members that the second floor addition is, in my mind, plays into the fact that there's going to be not only light, but there's going to be noise, and it's overlooking a pool. So I would ask that the second floor balcony. If you want to create something that looks artistic, that's one thing, but to be functional as a deck, not so much. So, Anthony, your thoughts? Well, let me ask first for public comments, because maybe there are public comments from the neighbors. Are there public comments? Okay. Now, again, public comments from the neighbors, either their presence or the absence doesn't take away our responsibility of acting as if on what we believe is their behalf. So, Anthony, let me turn it back to you, and you can address the comments that my board members and I put forward.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know what else I can say at this point, other than maybe talking to the homeowners about the balcony, if that's something that they're willing to sacrifice there. As far as the, as far as the length of the house, I mean, it is what it is. As I said, we don't have, this isn't even a case as like in the last one about being able to get a variance to do something. I mean, you can't even physically make the house wider and go that direction.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I do would argue that you do have to, even if the other houses aren't in the, on the one hand, you're asking me to look at context, and I'm showing you context, and the context is clearly that these houses on these long, narrow properties, the only direction they can go is to the back, to the rear. So, and once again, as I've said over and over again, we're not not like we're proposing a bigger sunroom. It's just a sunroom that's pushed further back, and it's already past the rear facades of the existing houses. So I mean, I don't know what more I can say about that.
Right.
Can I ask a question? Would you look at page A3 for me?
Sure.
On your, we don't look at interiors, but I look at the topical interior of the balcony. It appears that there are boxes on either side of it, and it's 4 feet deep.
Yeah. So I think we maybe talked about that briefly last time. I mean, the idea there was to, I think there was a concern about how big the balcony was, and the concern there is to just demonstrate that this is going to be used solely for like, a couple of chairs and a little table. It's not like a big party deck. And then the idea there was to create like some, so you can't physically can't walk out to the edge of the balcony, that there would be either planters or a wide parapet. I think the homeowners are going more towards it just being a wide parapet on either side there. But these would be, 2'6", 3 foot wide in that direction. So even though the
Okay, so my question then is, so thank you. So what, I'm sorry to interrupt. When I go to drawing I-52, A52,
Sure.
what you're showing is the balcony on the second floor. Is that scale right?
Yeah.
So that's only 4 feet?
Yeah. So well, this distance here, yeah, it's 4 feet.
Because it appears bigger. All right.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room to party.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Well, I guess my
there's
question.
still an issue of privacy.
Well, there is, but is there a middle ground here where we just ask the sidewalls be taller to provide privacy to this? Because the concern is really the side neighbors. Is there a design solution here, or not? Because honestly, when I look at A52, it looked bigger than 4 feet to me.
Parapet on the side there, I don't see any issue with that.
John, how would you feel about that?
Disrupts the look of the house. I mean, I have less of an issue with the windows on the first floor than I do with the balcony.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
And that would be on the
West elevation.
On the west elevation.
And you would say to raise it up?
Right now, it looks to be what? What's the height of that wall?
This? Yeah, it's 3 feet, which is, just for code.
Right. So
You know,
it's
one-
code 36
One thing
feet.
that I had actually discussed with the homeowner, and we decided, well, this wouldn't be a great solution, would be to literally just extend the walls of the second floor through here and have the balcony recessed. The drawback to that is you've kind of suddenly gotten your bridge extended here again.
Yeah.
And, part of this exercise is trying to shorten up that bridge length.
Exactly.
And it also becomes
but,
accessible square footage.
Certainly something like doing, what I've done in the past in more modern looking houses is you do like a little kind of slided screen on the side of the balcony for privacy. Not suggesting that's necessarily what we would do here, but something along those lines would certainly be. I don't think the homeowner would have any issue with it. I just would have to work on the detailing of it.
We've approved something like that.
Yeah.
Something.
So not speaking for the board and speaking for myself, I'd be open to seeing that, because my concern with that, because listen, it's a 4-foot balcony, we're not gonna have a disco up there, but my concern is that because it juts so far out to the left and the right neighbor, if you could find a different screening mechanism on that porch on the second floor that just provided a tad more privacy, I think that would be nice.
Okay.
Okay.
I would probably stop short of a solid
Yeah.
wall, because I think that would create, and
Let him come back.
Yeah, and I've seen that on
And we've
some
approved something
properties.
like that before.
Yeah.
Whether it
You
was a
could use
slat or
something like a
wall.
lattice or,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
want cross ventilation.
Yeah.
You don't want to hem them in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you could find a design solution there that just gave that addition, at least speaking for myself, but for the side neighbors, I think that would probably allay some of my concerns.
Okay.
Great.
All right, other comments from the board, other public comments? Okay, so, Anthony, I appreciate you wanting to, take into account what the comments from the board members, and so I would move that we accept your request to adjourn to our next meeting. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
I think I would just ask, just so I can, start moving this forward with bidding and things like that. I mean, I'm hoping that this will be the last kind of thing that we've got to iron out, because, I don't see this having a significant impact on the actual cost of the structure.
It may not, but,
To quote Alice, we can't predict the future. So,
and we have, it takes 3 positive votes. So, at any given time, whether we have a full board, that might be easy or it might be challenging.
Yep.
So, let's adjourn for now. Let's let you go back, take into account what the board members have said, and let's see if we can make the next one work.
Thank you,
Okay?
Anthony.
Thanks, Anthony. So I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn. Was there a second from someone?
second.
Second by Mark. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So, thank you, Anthony. Okay, 39 Nugent LLC requested an adjournment to the 14th. I don't know if that's a new request or one that was on, does anybody recall? I can go back.
I think that's a new request.
Okay, well,
I didn't see
I think
that.
that's right.
okay, thank you. So I move that we accept the applicant's request at 39 Nugent LLC to adjourn to the 14th, November 14th. Second on that.
You mean the 12th?
Says November, oh, you're right, you said it was the 12th is the date we're meeting?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, the 14th. You're
The
right.
14th, okay, so the 14th. Okay, is there a second on that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Thank you, John. Okay. Okay. Okay, 210 Hampton Road LLC. Not surprisingly, a 210 Hampton Road for alteration. Okay. Gentlemen, reintroduce yourselves.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Michael Capaferri, a project manager at 210 LLC, which is going to be Enchanté French Bistro. Tonight, I would like to present for you the transformation of the village institution that was the Red Bar. We've taken a vacant building that was literally dilapidated for 4+ years and spent considerable funds on improvements for not only safety, but also to assure the board that the look and feel of Enchante is consistent with the personality of the village.
Right. We appreciate that. And so there were some comments that came from the last meeting. So let's address the changes that were made from the last meeting.
So the first thing we'd like to do is present the colors
Okay.
with the mock-ups. So the exterior of the building is Benjamin Moore Black Beauty. And the planters are Decorators White, also Benjamin Moore.
And the exterior trim?
It's, the trim is also Black Beauty.
Okay. What's better than a big sample? Thank you.
And this is done in Versatex.
Okay, thank you. If I remember correctly, that what we were waiting for were the actual color samples for the exterior of the building.
And there they are.
And there they are.
And then we
they're
can also
big.
pass around the
And
actual.
no,
You don't.
no, we don't need to shuffle. I think we're okay. We can see them. From my perspective, it looks fine.
Also, we'd like to get your approval on our lighting plan, both placement, and we also have all of the cut sheets.
Yes, you did, and I thought they looked great. For me.
That looks good. My question is the planters in the front, is there any reason that those are painted white instead of the same color as the building itself? I was wondering.
Well, yes, to answer your question, yes. What we're trying to do is create a safety zone and kind of move all foot traffic to the right. And if you entered that safety zone, it would be basically a pea gravel, which we also kind of wanted your opinion on aesthetically, and that would bring you back to the existing bar sign versus anybody heading out into which is a driveway on the left.
So the planters need to be seen.
They need to be seen, exactly.
You want an opinion on pea gravel?
Yes.
Do we have an opinion on?
I want to.
I only have one opinion on pea gravel, and it's personal. I think it sticks in everyone's shoes and walk into your restaurant, and when you plow your driveway, it's all going to be out on Hampton Road.
But it's-
I personally would go with a larger rock.
No, not
What
if
about
you're wearing high
stilettos?
heels.
Yeah, because all I see is all the little rocks pushed out into the street every time they plow.
No.
But aesthetically, I think that's not our business here. So aesthetically, I think it looks fine.
I don't know. Oil and stone, so it would be, oil and stone would be adhered, so.
Correct.
So,
It damages your shoes if it's too large.
Do what?
It damages your shoes and you can fall. The big rocks.
the big rocks, right, so.
Maybe it doesn't damages your floors.
Oh, and the little one scuffed
All
the
right.
floor.
Yeah, the little ones damage floors. All right.
Okay. But they're not gonna come undone.
No.
Okay, great. Let's see, continue on, Mike.
Well, at this stage, we could walk you through each of the light fixtures, if that's necessary.
From my perspective, I've looked at them all. I think they're fine. Do you guys need to be walked through them?
No.
Okay. So I think we're good.
I think that was,
Public
the
comment.
biggest thing was the,
It was color.
the samples.
Color and sample and act. And
So let me
agreeable
ask if
plans.
there's any public comment. Okay. Anybody out in the ether? No hands? Okay. Then in that case, Mike, are you willing to take yes for an answer? Because if you are, we'll move to accept your application.
We're willing to take yes for an answer.
Okay, great. So I move that we accept the application with the, noting the samples that have been submitted this evening at 210 Hampton Road LLC at 210 Hampton Road for the exterior alterations as presented. Okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
members of the
Is
board.
there a second on that?
Second.
Sarah goes for the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. All right.
I will ask, can you hand me each one of the color samples so I have the numbers to give to the people doing
Yeah, we should,
because they'll have the name and the number on them
right, we should include that.
for
Thank
the
you, Mark.
minutes. Yep. Thank you.
Good call.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So if you need to bring notes.
Okay,
Thank you.
and, oh, there's a whole other page. Wow. We're getting down to the bottom of page 2, but we still have page 3.
Yeah, 46
Okay.
John.
All right, Nathan and Jennifer Ondiak at 46 John Street, partial demo.
Thank you. I've used the top one.
Okay. So you, of course, you'll introduce yourself, but also, because now we have everything on digital, if you could refer to the slides, then they will, they will put them on the screen, okay?
Okay.
Right?
This is Yu Liu, architect for 46 John Street. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, are you okay with what she has?
Can you hear Sage?
Yeah, 46 John Street.
Okay.
Yu Liu, architect for 46 John Street. I don't know if Alex gave everybody the historic. He did. Okay. So he. Could you pull that out though?
The inventory
historic,
form.
The historic paperwork that Alex prepared.
It was in our packet.
Yeah. So we do have that.
Yeah. I'm putting it out for you to see. So I'm gonna repeat what I presented last time. The homeowner wished to remove the front round porch, the half round porch, and replace it with a small square porch, not square, rectangular porch, and then put a screened-in porch at the side of the house. That's it.
Okay. Just going back to the notes from the last meeting. So, see you. What are you, beyond the changes to the porch?
Is there anything else? No, just that.
Wait a minute. So is there a full set of plans that has like materials, pictures, photographs of existing, all of that? Because the plans that I'm looking right now are, the plans that I have are these two. And I have no materials on my plans.
Nor do I.
I have no color, I have no materials, I have no roof materials. I have, right now, there's no exterior lighting plan, if there's any plan, there's no.
There's no
nothing on here.
exterior lighting plan. The material would be
But
just
from
matched.
from what I'm looking at right now,
Okay.
I don't have anything. I have some lines, I have some elevations, but I don't have anything else.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's, if we may,
So we need to understand what that is.
talk about the larger issue, because it's really essentially, is it not about the front porch?
Well, it's about the front porch. I also want to know if there's a change in materials, a
Yes,
change in
yes,
color, and what they're
of
going to
course.
be.
I'm not saying that's
there's
not
a-
the case.
There's a strange roof line on the east elevation, but I think that just may be the drawing.
Okay, why don't you take us through the east elevation, then see you?
Okay. This is the east elevation.
Okay, you're gonna have to stand at the podium. If you can tell
Okay.
the folks
The-
what drawing they want to see. What's the slide number?
That's the
A1.
A1, and then the east elevation is.
Jay, can you get the A1?
That's the.
Oh, that's the only one you have?
You only have the site plan, you don't have any other pages?
Yeah, I'm sorry, we might not have the latest.
Oh, okay.
I don't have it right now. I have only on the ground on the table.
Okay.
It was given to the.
Well, it's in our file, so it came in somewhere. You may not have it. Are these the ones, what your submission date on them?
August 22?
August 22,
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, August 23, that's the most recent ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's,
mhm.
okay.
We
All right,
have
just
Because
making sure.
last meeting was September. You don't have all the files,
Right.
and then the previous one was canceled. That's
Right.
why it's
That's
here.
right, okay.
Yeah,
Just
it
want to make
was
sure that
from
we had the
August,
most recent
yes.
materials from you, that's all.
No, we didn't
Okay.
make any changes. So
Okay.
basically, they just want to take the front porch out and put in a screened-in porch on the side. And the screened-in porch would have white trims, and that would be it. And then screens. That's why I didn't really put in the material. It's just white trims, white posts, and screens. And then if there's any sidings, it will be match the existing house.
Okay.
I'll be natural.
But just understand from our standpoint,
Yeah, I put
once
it up.
once the ARB signs off on
Mhm.
something, that becomes the record. And if there's ever contested, what color is it supposed to be, what did they say?
Yeah, I
Versus going
understand.
back to tape,
Mhm.
we just want a full record.
Yeah, so here, I put it here, a existing, picture of the existing house, and that's basically the color.
Sarah, do you have comments?
Well, I remember 20 years ago when the survey was done, and there appears to have been considerable work on this little building. And I don't, I don't know the where and the how of what was done. The little building that I remember from 20 years ago, one of the most prominent aspects of it was this circular porch. And even with the changes, I would think that the circular porch would be preferable to what's being proposed.
Mhm. John, comment on your part?
No, the circular balcony on the, well, you know how I feel about balconies in general. The circular balcony is bad enough. Extending it to a larger square balcony is, again, not something I would do.
Right. And for my part, I find the circular porch part of the house's charm, quirkiness, uniqueness. I think it's an attribute, not a detriment. But even if one were to question it as it exists, I think making it square or rectangular like just about any other house would diminish the charm of this village house that is well over 100 years old. Now, whether that that porch was there originally, I don't know. But it certainly looks charming the way it is. So I'm not inclined to vote to put in a rectangular porch.
Why are you removing it?
The homeowner doesn't like it, in terms of the style, the bulkiness, and then the uselessness. And she never uses it, and it's very close to the street, and it is in a non-conforming spot, and she wants to just totally eliminate it so that she can have a porch that she can actually use.
Okay.
And the porch actually was totally rebuilt in 1990, and it was not original. And it's all the other houses on the street, and if you want to look for harmony, nobody has a big round porch. Everybody's a smaller porch, I can show you
No, it's
everybody's
okay.
porch here.
We drove down the street.
We drove
We
it.
we don't need a
You
pictorial, we don't
see
need a
that.
pictorial
I have
history
all
of the neighborhood.
pictures. And so she basically wants a porch that she can use. That's right next to the kitchen, and where she can come out and use it. And the front round porch is just sitting there, and she hates it so much, and she doesn't like it. And then the wood posts all rotted, and it was not original. It's not like that you preserving the history here, because
Have we ever actually been able to ascertain when it was put on the building?
I don't know. And
Because I
then
don't think it's original, but okay.
I'm pretty sure that's the picture. Alex gave it to me, and then you can see the posts are different, the railings are different, and the
Yeah.
trims are different.
Yeah,
So
okay,
they're different.
sure. Here would be my comment. And I may use a Sarah word, which is mingy. When you look at this picture, this is a flat rendering of what the round porch looks like.
Mm.
But the nice part is it goes all the way across the front of the house. So even if you're going to change from the big extension of the round porch, if you pulled it back and the porch at least took the width across, you'd have the same spirit of what's there without the depth. And I think that frames the house with a little more reference to what we see today differently than the narrower porch that you're proposing on the front of the house. But that's my opinion, as a sort of midpoint alternative. Because I kind of miss that, when the little porch is there, I miss all that detail on the front of this house. I think that's part of its charm.
Okay.
And it also makes it unique to that street versus like other houses.
Okay.
So,
And the screen porch as planned would extend beyond the existing.
Oh, wow. It's like in the armpit of the house. The house is like an L shape.
Mm-hmm.
Tucked in there.
the screen porch isn't.
You have that, Sarah?
Yeah, isn't.
Yeah.
Right, but from the street, it's an expansion.
Yes.
To the east.
East. Yeah.
The width of the house doesn't get wider though.
No, but you're
From the
because you're
street.
enclosing it in,
Okay.
you're making it
Right.
visually more
Okay.
prominent than it is currently, because
Okay.
you're actually
Yes, but
enclosing a fairly significant piece of a house.
yeah, we're gonna plant trees and so that she felt like that would be a little bit more private where she can sit outside.
I'm a little stumped on this one.
Well,
Well, there's been some neighborhood sentiment too.
yeah,
that-
there's been some neighborhood sentiment. And to be honest with you, it's not really clear from your plans what you're trying to accomplish. Because in one place it's called the front elevation, then we have east, and I'm not really clear. There's no materials marking on here. Not 100% sure what we're voting on, because we actually don't have full plans.
Do we need?
You
you
need more
think-
plans, we need real plans.
Well, that as well. How
Yeah.
about a streetscape? Would that be helpful? I mean, I know we've driven on the street. I
Yeah.
know we know the houses. John is. I
Yeah.
can see the anticipation in your face. Go ahead, John.
Proximity to the neighboring properties too, because I think the porch would have an impact, and I think the balcony as well. And I agree with Mark, what I'm looking at, it's contradictory. On A1, the front elevation looks different than the proposed elevation. I don't know, it seems incomplete.
Yeah.
The front porch definitely is in the front yard. That's for sure. The side porch is
I agree with
actually
you.
the side porch is
in the front
actually
yard.
is in the required front yard.
Yeah.
The side porch is actually conforming,
Okay.
and the neighbor has driveway on the side. So because we are away from the side property line, and then they have the driveway next to it, we felt that it's not really like encroaching their privacy. And
I didn't see it for myself, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Again, I think it's important to see how the house aligns with the neighboring property, because that's what you're proposing.
I do have the aerial view.
Well, you're gonna have to, you know, you're gonna have to come back, so,
Yeah.
so bring us that. We need a full set of plans to really fully marked plans with cardinal points to fully understand it. We need materials marked.
And
you
I'd
know.
like to see a streetscape
Yeah.
with, what, 2 or 3 houses on either side.
And I think what you're hearing from the board also, at least what I'm hearing, is that the balcony across the front, because in the elevations, it's not particularly smaller. The thrust of it is not particularly smaller than what's there on what you're calling the existing east elevation, but I can't tell it from the new elevation what the depth is as easily. So I think we need more clear drawings if you could, and fully marked, and a full set of plans.
Dare I say, you've been before this board enough times to know what is required for our review, so I'm a bit surprised.
I thought this is pretty clear. So what you're trying to ask is the trim color and the screen material of the screen.
And a fully marked existing versus proposed, all the way around. What we normally ask for, with details called out, with materials called out.
And context.
Yeah, and a streetscape with at least 2 houses, the 2 houses on either side in proportion, and to the extent you could do it, a rendering in color, that would help.
So 3 houses
on either
each
side, yeah,
So
or at least 2 houses. See, let me ask if there's public comment, and then we can come back. Any public comment? Okay, yes, please.
Hi, I'm Mackie Finnerty. I live
Hi,
on
Maggie.
Woolley Street, and this house is about 2 houses from me. Diagonally across the street, there's the corner house, and then that house. You're absolutely right. The only redeeming feature about this house at all is that rounded front. And the balcony above is not really a balcony. We've been here a long time, and I've never seen a single human being on it. I think it's ornamental, like you see throughout the town, where people have those flat decks and then just, you know what I mean, like a fence, like a picket fence around it, and which I think adds to the attractiveness of it. The history of this house, as you see, it's very small and a very small lot, and people keep coming back saying they need this and they need that and they need that and they need that. And I've been here for various of those meetings where people need 10 grandchildren coming in the summer, so they need more bedrooms. There are 4 to 5 bedrooms, believe it or not, in that house.
How many?
4
So,
or 5.
yeah.
Not 45.
Which comes back to the parking issue. Anyway, it's that would be so ugly to put that front porch on that they want. Not only that, it comes to a serious parking issue. There ordinarily was a driveway that went all the way back to a garage, like a classic situation from houses of that time. First, they put a swimming pool in there. Then they changed it to a pool house. And this was before you, I guess, last year. And now they want to put this in and put more fencing in. So essentially, parking has been knocked out. So their solution to this is that they'll park in front of the house and right in front of the road. So it has that lovely look of Queens along the Long Island Expressway, where you have your house and all your cars right there. I think we need to avoid that here. I don't think you all were on this board to turn us into Queens along the Expressway. It's a serious problem. That's a narrow street, and it's right now, unfortunately, a pass-through street where people are snaking along there to cut off the main roads. And so the more cars that are on the roads and also just regular people who work on the houses, it's hard to get down on an ordinary day. So I don't understand the problem here. Now, I understand that I know that the last thing before you was this was incorporated into the thing you passed on this spring, I believe, which was the pool extension and a change to the pool house. And I was told that you said that that screen porch would require some kind of variance. And I'm not sure about that, so they severed it and brought this piece back this year, which is a sort of an interesting thing to do. So does this require, what's your side yard there? I see there's a pair of steps that go down. How is that counted? What does that do to the side yard? But surely it blocks any going back there. Now, she said she needs a nice place to sit. They've had all these extensions before on the back, and the back has the swimming pool in the yard and a deck back there that they can certainly recreate on. That would not be a place you would recreate sitting on a screen porch on John Street, which is a busy corner, actually. So that doesn't make any sense to me about what they would do with that, and I think it would be incredibly ugly. I mean, there's nothing like that. As you know, John Street's a pretty interesting street. There's some very unique houses there that make it very special, I think, and this was one of them. And I think it would be a terrible mistake to do that. I just want to make sure I covered all the she talks about what the owner needs. The owner lives in London. And they, from time to time, do short-term rentals.
I think we're gonna actually have to stick to architectural detail.
Yeah,
Okay.
Thanks, Maggie.
But
Because the
well,
history
she
and
brought
facts
up
of
what
the
the
owner
owner
should come into
needs.
this meeting.
The owner doesn't need it. She's not there. So for instance, just this holiday, if you look at how all those backyards come together, that corner house has a very short backyard, and that is their only place to recreate. I think they have a table out there, and they do use that backyard, which, except for just the driveway, puts them right against this. Over Labor Day weekend, they had some short-term rental there, some young people, loudspeakers. I understand that those adjoining, the very next house too, that backyard adjoins right there against that backyard, and that they couldn't use it over Labor Day because the noise was so loud. That was just this Labor Day. And there's been other instances over the time. So I hope you'll consider all of those things, which I think are really important to the village. Just a thing I wanted to bring up. Last time when this was brought up, I understand that the record recorded that no one objected. I knew 5 people who had objected. I only saw 3 of them, but 2 other people told me they did.
Right. I think some of those
Yeah,
letters were in the file.
Yeah, they were in the file.
Because that was disturbing to me, and that they only counted the people who said it was okay. So I just want to make sure the record's clear on that, and that does not happen.
Those are actually in the file.
Right.
Again, okay, it was just said that there were no objections, and there definitely are objections in the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? So let me address a few of the things that Maggie said, which I think there's some valid points of concern. As I've said many times before, our responsibility requires of us to sometimes balance property rights versus community responsibility. I also said earlier this evening that our focus is on architecture and not necessarily about use. However, there are instances where an intended use has architectural impact, and the resulting architectural impact and the use can be a plus or a detriment to to the community. In this case, the changes that the applicant, the owner, is proposing are, I believe, at a cost to the community. This board has been consistent in, to the extent that it can, discouraging front yard parking. The additions that are being proposed by consequence, I wouldn't say, well, I guess to some extent necessitate that. And I think, Sue, you said, well, you know, the house is what it is. Well, you're not proposing to keep the house as it is. You're proposing significant changes, including the addition of a porch, which will, I guess, remove the driveway, and to alleviate that push against the balloon, you take away the front porch, which a lot of people on this board feel is part of the charm of the house, to accommodate front yard parking, which is not something this board encourages. So I think there has to be some consideration given to what you're proposing and the impact it has on the neighborhood, and to the extent that your applicant and the owner, and it doesn't matter whether they're here one day out of the year or 365 days out of the year, but to the extent that they can be considerate to the neighborhood, and your design reflects that, and the historic nature of the house, I think you'll have a better chance of winning the approval of the board. So I'd like to ask that you go back and take that all into account, address it with the applicant, and then come back to us with at least the information we requested in terms of the plans being more detailed and the streetscape being provided.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah. Could I just say one thing? There's
You
only
can say more than one thing, and I know you often do.
there's only maximum 3 bedrooms in this house. The previous real estate listing was not accurate.
If we had to go by real estate listings, and I've been called on that because I've seen houses come before us where they are technically 4-bedroom houses, and the real estate brokers say they're 9-bedroom houses, literally, and 3,000-foot houses somehow are 6,000-foot houses because they include, you know, the basement and the attic and everything else. We can't, you know, woe on them that their clients don't call them on it. And we've had that discussion before. So in any event, the bedrooms are the bedrooms, but the architecture is whatever you present to us, and that's the only thing we can judge on, and we have one of 2 decisions.
Yeah.
Approve or deny.
Okay, do you want me to put in the floor plans of existing house with bedrooms, or don't?
No.
It's not part of
No,
this
the
application?
bedrooms,
Okay.
we're looking from the,
And-
go ahead.
Yeah, so I still focus on the exterior.
Yes.
Okay, so the balcony, there is a door from the existing bedroom.
Mhm.
It does open onto the balcony, but I don't think anybody uses it.
You know, to the
because-
extent that
because
there's
it's really
stuff
just-
that's existing,
Mhm.
you know, it's existing.
Okay. All right.
So, unless there are any other public comments?
So I will put on more material detail, the material list, and then do the streetscape on both sides,
Right.
and I will talk to the client about that.
Sounds like a plan. So, I move that we accept the applicant's plan, which includes an adjournment to our next meeting. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mark. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, See
Thank you.
Okay. All right. This, I'm not sure what was in your file, in my file, in the file. Okay, so now we go on to new matters. And again, we will ask that everybody have their affidavits.
I have them all now.
We do, okay.
Look at you.
So what do you say, folks? You want to continue on? Or does anybody-
Yeah, let's get going.
Okay, so, all right, new matter number 1. Tamara Carmichael and Todd Grossman at 93 David White's Lane. You look familiar. Oh, I see here it's an amendment to a prior ARB determination.
Yes.
So
yes.
much for determinations.
So
Okay.
I'll be brief.
We may be as well, so. No.
Robert Fischetti, Fernando Fischetti, 320 Hampton Road, Southampton, attorney for the applicant. This was an application for a garage and a pool house, originally approved by the board in March 2022 and then amended in May 9th, 2022. We're here today because of two changes. The exterior of the pool house and the garage were changed from the approved natural cedar shingles to white dip cedar shingles.
Are
And
there
then
pictures for the
also
public?
there were...
I'm sorry, are there pictures for the public?
Yes. Yeah, we submitted photos and color renderings.
Okay. No worries.
That's okay, I'll talk while she looks for them. So yeah, our submission today included color renderings
No,
comparing...
actually, hang on one second so I can get the materials to her.
Sure.
You want to come, can you guys come grab these? I'll give them to you. There you go. Because we have an obligation to the public.
The submission included color renderings comparing the approved plans with the proposed changes, photos of the current condition, and updated elevations. So regarding the shingles, on May 18th, after you had approved the amendment to the original approval, my client called me and said, listen, you know, the house was green when we first came to you. They contacted the building department. Obviously, the house wasn't part of your application. The building department said, okay, go ahead and paint it white. So then they came to me on May 18th and called me and said, can we paint the pool house and the garage white? I called the building department. They said yes. So they said yes.
Okay.
So we relied on that. And they were pretty confident in it because they had already told them that the house could do the same. And so then regarding the lanterns were added during construction, miscommunication between the builder and the owner and the architect. Really, I think the most important thing is the CO wasn't issued. This is not something done after approval to hide. It was a misunderstanding, and really that's it. We think that the final product looks sort of the best case. I mean, I think the white looks, you know, as sort of the better of the different combinations of green and natural and everything else. So my client just hopes you understand there was no bad intent, and that was just what happened.
Hell is paved with good intents and bad intents.
If I remember correctly, we went through 5 meetings for this garage. 5 meetings, because there were windows moved, and then it went to another way, and then they couldn't afford it, it went back to the other way. Then, once we approved it as a natural garage with its finals, then you came back and had to change it again. So they went through 5 meetings to get this. And to then think that after 5 meetings, the ARB, you could just change your mind, you painted a color without coming in front of us. We'll talk to the building department, but also on the light fixture part of it, I just find it surprising after all that you're like, we'll just add some light fixtures. But that said, I have a couple of issues with it. Number one is, in the window that's over the garage currently facing the street, is that finished yet, or have they just not put the muntins in, and why is it clear?
They were in, actually, right before I took the photo. The photo should have it on. They were putting it on just like the day before I took the photo.
And I would tell you, on the light fixtures, A, there's way too many of them. This is what I want to picture up. There's way too many of them, and the scale is too big. You have 3 across the front of the house. You have
2 on the side.
2 on the side,
front of the
another one on the side or on the side,
front of the
and you have a
house-
floodlight, and
the
you
pool
have a
house.
floodlight at the top of the garage aiming down, so when that garage lights up, it lights up the entire neighborhood.
When you say the house, you mean the pool house?
The pool house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Because you have 3 across the front of the garage. I think there's 7 light fixtures on that house, plus a floodlight, plus a motion sensor light at the top of the peak. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
So first of all, I think the scale needs to be reduced.
Okay.
I think there should not be 3 light fixtures across
So
the front of the garage.
I think if I remember correctly, the lights on the garage are slightly larger than the ones on the pool house. If the garage lights were reduced to the size of the ones on the pool house, would that be satisfactory?
I'm not.
Obviously, they don't call their lawyer when they're picking lights and everything. So
No, but
I'm just trying to.
I think Mark's point is well taken, and we don't have to beat it to death. Is that this isn't your first rodeo, right? How long have you been in business?
Well, yeah.
Okay,
the lights,
so let's.
they didn't contact me about the lights. The color, I
Right.
called the building department because I wasn't sure. And
I
that's what
know,
relied
and
on.
there may have been miscommunication. Again, I'm not looking to run you through the gauntlet. But I think they're legitimate concerns that had you addressed us originally, then you would have probably saved yourself what's likely to happen now, which is in order to get a C of O, I agree with Mark that it is overlit, over-dramatized. The scale of those lamps takes away from what otherwise is a good design, Robert. And it looks like there's even is there a light at the peak, or is that a floodlight?
That's a motion sensor.
That's a motion
That's
sen-
giant.
So there are
A
nine.
motion
are there-
sensor.
Are there 9 light fixtures on the thing? There's 3 across the garage, and then the pool house, there's 1, 2,
Right.
3 on one wall, 2 on another, and there's a
Right.
back door that has yet another light that
Right.
lights the back.
So when the deer come
Yeah.
down the driveway, that place is gonna light up like a Christmas tree.
Well, I don't think they were all on motion sensor. I think
No,
drivers.
on top of those fixtures.
Anyway, I'm being
on the top of
somewhat
those fixtures,
rhetorical.
It's okay.
At the
Uh,
top peak of the garage is where the motion sensor is. So in my opinion,
Is
all
the
that
mo-
the scale of it needs to be brought down, and you need to lose probably 50% of the fixtures.
And the motion sensor, is that a?
No,
Does that
I
allow?
just-
No, but is that allow? Like, is
Yeah.
that okay? We're-
Sure,
Yeah.
you get a motion.
Okay. Anything else?
Sarah?
Yeah, overkill, basically. I mean, we spent a lot of time, and the first approved design was the best, and then
I can't speak to why the lights weren't on the plan, you know, and why they weren't on the plans. I didn't do the, you know, I just sort of present what's given to me. I
Right.
didn't know that they wanted to put lights on. I don't know if the architect did.
Right.
I think it was just something that they said to the builder, we want some lights out there, and it just sort of snowballed from there.
Knowing how many times this house went through the zoning board and how many times they're here, I find that surprising, that they wouldn't have thought about it.
Oh,
So, and, you know, the irony is what Sarah said, which is, I think the original design was more creative, interesting.
The
but-
original, you mean like without the lights?
No, it
this
was
is
the whole
it.
design.
The
of
first iteration.
The window treatment
Oh,
that
with
you
the-
had
oh.
originally.
There was
But
a
then
corner-
we
there was a
couldn't do
corner
that
lights- there was
because
a
of
corner light situation at
materials
the
and-
beginning that was better, and then that
Yeah.
got
it's
changed.
too expensive.
Yeah.
I think they had material problems. I can't remember what the
Yeah,
specific.
well, that was the story. But again, had you come before us, then
Well, we
maybe
did come
that
before
is
you for the doors.
After the fact.
I don't think so. I think we
okay.
did them during
Yeah.
during
No,
construction.
quibble.
You know, like, at this point, you shouldn't really talk to us about what you came to us before, because we probably have a little more record of it.
Yeah.
And what's
so-
built is not what came in before us, so I
Right.
think that's the end of
So,
that
yeah.
story there.
So any-
To move forward, I think they should come back with some plan with light fixtures for approval, and show us which ones they're going to remove.
Okay.
And I want to know light color, wattage, and location. And size.
Okay. John, do you want to add anything?
No, I am totally in concert with Mark.
Okay, good. Any public comment? Sorry, John, I cut you off.
You have to come to the podium.
I'm calling for public comment, so you're welcome to speak. No? Okay. But if you do, you have to come up to the podium. So, and again, the public is welcome. So,
And it would be good to have it on the public record.
Excuse me, board, I'm sorry, I just wanted to let you know someone was trying to raise their hand.
oh, okay.
I'm bringing them in. I think.
Okay, great,
Good.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Unmute.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Just tell us who you are.
Yes. Actually, I'm Eric Winkler.
Hi,
I
Eric.
live on 37 John Street, which is actually right across from the 46th Street, John Street property, which you discussed before. I raised my hand, but you must have not noticed it. I would like to add a couple of comments.
Wait, but let me just clarify, is this on this
He raised his
Yes.
hand.
46 John Street, but I raised my hand and I was ignored. So I
Oh,
would like to make a
yeah,
comment.
We can't go.
I apologize. Here's what I'm gonna ask that you do, Eric, since that was adjourned, could you, and we can't reopen it, without in fairness, without the applicant here. So what I'd ask that you do, and I apologize for any miscommunication, it wasn't with any intent to ignore you, but that you submit what you would have said, to do so in writing. It will be part of the file. It will be circulated to the board members, and if you put a note to have it read at the next meeting, it will be read publicly as well.
Or you can show up.
Or alternatively, they will be coming back at our next meeting to
Right.
present again, so you can
Yeah,
make public comment
I
at that
will.
time.
I mean, I
Yeah,
sent the
I'm
comments.
sorry. Yeah.
I sent the comments already. It would be helpful maybe if you could clarify one point, which is really
We can't.
one-size coverage. There is a huge.
We can't,
Well,
because we have closed,
We can't, Eric, just because it's closed, but, so if you've submitted your letter, or if you want to submit a new letter.
Or
and
show up
to-
at the
And
next
to the
hearing.
extent that some of that is addressed by the building department, if it has to do with lot coverage and the like, they may be able to respond. But the board, at this point, we've closed that application. So again, I apologize, but do invite you to resubmit your letter or something new, okay?
Okay, well, appreciate it. I will do that, and obviously, given the difficulties, I might have to attend in person again. But
No, we're perfectly happy to have you participate by video. The only thing is, we screwed up this time, so I apologize for that. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, public comment on this particular application for 93 White's Lane. Is there any? Nobody out in the ether world? So, okay. So, Robert, you've heard comments from the board, primarily about lighting. So if that's it, then let's adjourn to the next meeting, and you'll resubmit new drawings and what Mark had listed as requirements. So I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting. Do I have a second on that?
second.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay, how we doing?
How are you?
Good.
Good evening.
Thank you.
My files.
For the second time, but the first time officially now that I
Okay.
affidavit's in.
So, this is the application to Karen and Spencer Smool.
Small,
Okay.
yes. Hi, my name's Marcus Kaufman. I'm here on their behalf.
Okay, great. And Marcus, you are the?
Builder.
You're the builder, okay. Okay, so, and let's see, and you've coordinated your presentation, so that's good. Good work, thanks. Okay,
So I'll just take you quickly to the elevator. Actually, the site plan will give us an idea. So in a nutshell, what we're proposing to do is add a second floor addition, a first floor kitchen bump out with second floor addition above it, a screened in porch, and remove the vinyl pool and replace a gunite pool in the exact same location. The pool, you can tell by that envelope that the pool.
You don't
is-
need to address the pool.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just going to mention the distance to the neighboring property, which is just about 100
It's
feet.
just,
to their
it's not before us.
Got it. So this is what the house looks like now from the front elevation currently. And this is what we are proposing to do to it. So in essence, it's taking this first story volume and just adding the middle of it here. Sorry.
I was gonna say, can you reduce that so we see the
Um,
two on the same screen?
Oh.
If you can find it, if not, just
Yeah,
scroll,
no, I
scroll
think,
up
I
and
think I
down.
can, I'm just getting used to this
I don't think.
temp computer.
There you go.
Here we
There
go.
we go.
So you're essentially bridging,
Yes,
Okay.
connecting the second stories that are currently apart from each other.
okay.
This is the rear volume of the house. And what you can see here, this is actually a screened-in porch in this area here. And we're adding an outdoor shower on the outside there. And this is, currently there's a pergola overhang in the back that we're just going to rebuild. It's actually not shown in the drawings here, but it does exist. Replace the garage doors, and all the materials, whether it be the roof or the sidewalls or the trim, are all going to be the same. Windows, white on white. I mean, there's some interior alterations that go along with that, but I know you guys are more concerned about the outside.
Okay.
So, not changing the footprint of the house with the exception of the slight bump out in the rear of the kitchen, which I'll show you the floor plans just so you can kind of get some context on what I'm talking about. Sorry. Please forgive me. So this is this kitchen bump out that we were proposing. Currently, the house just comes, it actually returns like this, as shown. And so this is the new foundation, which will be crawl space with a kitchen, the first floor, and then master above. And this is the screened-in porch off the house. Oh, and then also, I'm sorry, we're adding a egress down here to legalize the basement. That's what you'll be seeing from the street, and there's a circular driveway. Well, I'm sure you guys know, but so you can see it from 2 points. There's a hedge across the front of it. The house is set back quite a ways. 80 feet is the envelope, so that the house itself is probably about 110-ish or so away.
And all the materials are consistent with the existing materials?
In like and kind, yes.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Which is an asphalt roof, cedar shake siding, and
Gotcha.
white trim.
And there's currently a standing seam room on the short roof. There's still, are those currently standing seam? I don't remember.
On the,
They may be. Yeah. On the
I was looking at my phone. Did you guys have that? I believe I submitted
east
pictures.
facade. I believe they are, but it's not critical.
Actually, no, there's no standing seam roof on the house.
Okay, so the standing seam that's going on to your proposal, that's a new addition.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Marcus, that's it?
That's it.
Okay. Comments, anybody can jump in?
No.
No? John, comments from you as well, or not? No. Okay.
I think it looks better.
Yeah.
I think there's,
Yeah, there's continuity. in
well, the continuity of the roof lines,
Yeah.
and the sort of the height in between two masses looks better than what looks like had been a series of renovations over time. This sort of pulls it all together. I think it looks great.
Yeah, I don't know much history about the house. They just purchased it
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, so, any public comment? All right, so Marcus, I'm going to move that we approve the plans as submitted for Karen and Spencer Smoot at 167 Flying Point Road. Do you have a second on that?
Second.
Sarah? Second by Sarah? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. All right, thank you, Marcus.
Thank you very much. I
I know the last time
appreciate
was a
that.
little frustrating when you
totally
didn't have
fine.
the affidavit.
Totally
but-
fine. We got it in today.
Thank you.
Again, I appreciate that.
Okay, great. You were coming back for the hors d'oeuvres and cocktails. Okay,
Sounds
I wish.
nice.
Okay. I kid. Okay, thanks, Marcus. All right, next is the application of Sarah Tershwell at 84 Ann's Lane to construct a one-story addition to the southwest corner of the structure. Again, there's on here interior renovation, but that's not an issue to us. New patio to the basement, new basement door. Again, that's probably only to the extent that it creates something architectural. And removal of the Bilco door, which I doubt is probably going to be something that we would see. And I would imagine, thank you. Okay, thank you. So when you return to the podium, tell us who you are, even though you look familiar.
Hi, Sal Iannone, architect for Sarah Tershwell. We're proposing a one-story addition to the rear of the residence. I highlighted it in yellow. She's enlarging her dining room.
Right. Okay. So take us through the elevations that show the architectural impact of that.
Well, I showed the pictures down here. There's one picture at the rear of the residence in the middle.
Okay. Can you tell the folks which elevation, which sheet we should be looking at?
Elevation on page 3,
Page 3, okay.
the bottom drawing.
Oh, we have the photos too on digitally. Oh, okay.
There we go.
Yeah, okay.
So the bump out in the middle is in the kitchen. We're going to remove that. So we're going to level out the rear of the residence on the right, straight across to the left and return.
Gotcha.
And then we're going to change the sliding doors in the middle and to the left. And then we're going to replace the French doors on the right in the recess there. And we're going to put cedar shingles and sliding doors so it all blends in.
Right.
Are all these doors across the back going to be clear glass versus divided lights that were there?
Sorry?
Are all the sliding doors across the back going to be clear glass doors versus divided lights?
I right now have nothing, no grills.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Do we have a site plan? I'm sure it's in the file. Do you happen to have one?
I'm sorry?
Do you happen to have a site plan?
The survey?
Yeah, because what I'm really looking to get at is what I, sort of building on, I think where Mark might be going, is there's a lot of glass. I mean, there's a fair amount of glass already there, but this is even more so and of a different style, such that the light pollution could be significant. So, thank you. Unfortunately, we don't, I don't know, I know the street, I know the lot, but I don't know the proximity to the other properties.
Honestly, my issue is not light pollution. My issue is just that you've come from a more classic house to a more contemporary expression when those windows are all glass. But for me, it's not the hill to die on. I just don't think they're as attractive as if some of the doors had grills in them to tie better to the other windows in the house. Other than that, and I'm assuming because you're replacing the skylight that it currently runs, I guess it currently runs north-south, and you're shifting it to east-west. Is that what's happening?
I'm sorry?
In your skylight in your drawing, you said
Yes.
you're reusing existing?
Yes.
Okay, so does it currently run
Well, you can
north-south
go
and you're
back to the
picking it up and
There are
turning
two
it?
right now.
Oh, okay,
There'll be one.
okay.
Okay, Sarah?
Yeah, I think that I prefer the traditional aspects of what you've shown in photographs to the new sliding glass doors. It is the rear elevation, but nonetheless, I think stylistically, it was better before.
John?
I agree, and my main concern is just the amount of glass on the back of the house. That's going to create an issue for the neighbors and light pollution.
Yeah, so there are two issues. One is the use of the style itself, and I think, and I'll speak for myself, but I reflect the other board members in terms of style-wise. I think you've got the French doors are particularly attractive, and perhaps more so than sliding doors. On the other hand, that's to some extent a matter of taste on a portion of the property that will not be visible from the street. But at the same time, John's concern about the light that may be emanating from the clear glass and the extent of it, and that it's not broken up in any way, gives me some concern such that I'd like to see, and maybe I have to walk the property to see the proximity to the other houses, to see if in fact light pollution
There's a substantial
and
hedge on the perimeter of the property.
Yeah, and hedges are, we recognize that they exist, but we also realize that a good windstorm, well, maybe not a windstorm, but
A blight.
a blight or deer, which are crazy, could decimate them pretty significantly. So for me, I'd like to see the house relative to its other properties. I don't know.
Okay.
Does anybody feel the same, or is it not an
Yeah, I
issue?
think it's a good idea. I need to walk it again.
Okay. Boy, again, I think you've got French doors that are particularly intriguing and eye-catching. But again, that's your client's taste.
I'm sorry, what?
I say it's your client's preference and taste that dictate the doors that they're using.
She's looking for a cleaner look.
Yeah.
Yep. She
Yep.
wants to bring the outside in. And you want her not to have the outside looking out.
Well,
I don't know quite that far, but I just think stylistically that the bottom half of the back and the top half of the back don't look like the same house, because there's no relationship in the window styles. That's what I'm saying.
yeah. But that.
And there are
again,
ways to do that, whether they're full panel and then a panel across the top and the center. There are other ways to do it that still brings the outside in, but adds more relationship to the rest of the house.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, look, so who knows, they may decide to put in dividers subsequently. But anyway, Sal, could you come back and show us through the survey how that house is relative to its surrounding houses?
Mhm.
Okay, and to the extent that you can mark the distance so we get a sense of it, that would be helpful too. In the meantime, at least I will walk the property and satisfy my concern. Okay?
Mhm.
Any public comment? Okay, if that's okay with you, we'll see you in a couple of weeks. I know it's not necessarily exactly where you'd want to be in 2 weeks, but we'd love to have you. So I move that at the board's request, we adjourn to the application of Sarah Tershwell to the next meeting.
Here's your survey.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Second by Mark. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Thanks, Al.
Good.
Okay. So, also I want to thank everybody that's been patient. We're now 3 hours plus into this, so you are seeing village administration in action, so thank you for that. Okay, AJB 29 Property LLC at 54 Henry for construction of a 2-story dwelling. Okay. You said we have affidavits for everything.
Yep, they're in order.
Is this something that I don't already have?
I had two, so I thought somebody.
I have about a half a dozen plans for this, but some might be a carryover from, so let me see. After you introduce ourselves, let us know which is the date of the last submission.
Sure. My name is Dan Kissinger. I'm a licensed architect. I work for McDonough and Conway Architects.
Great.
and
Did you say Dan?
Dan Kissinger.
Okay, Dan.
The latest date set of plans should say 10/12/22.
Hold on a second.
I have one 10/17.
I have 10/7. Well, you.
It's when they were received. Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, so this one, I had one in September, that's passé. Okay.
We have lots of groups of this one.
This is also September. Okay. All right, Dan, go ahead. Go ahead and tell us what you're proposing.
We propose to put a 3,088 square foot dwelling on a vacant lot with a rehabilitated 449 square foot detached garage. The character and aesthetic, in our opinion, fits the neighborhood. We have houses that are similar in detail, white trim. We have white windows with a 4/1 simulated divided lights on double hung windows.
And just to be clear, when you say white windows, white
Trim.
White trim and white windows.
White.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, good.
So yeah, we have a white cedar siding with just a natural graying tone roof shingle, and
So it's a wood shingle roof, or is it?
it's a wood shingled roof.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
Uh,
And we are open to any comments.
Okay. Can you tell us, or maybe it's just just not reading it, the material and the color of the chimney?
The chimney is just a red brick. I have a couple renderings of it. I believe it's shown on the screen right now.
Okay, yeah, great. Okay, that's it. Thank you. This wasn't marked in my file, so now I know what it is.
And the shingles are stained, or are they natural?
Which one, the siding?
Yeah.
The siding's going to be painted white.
Oh. Interesting. Okay.
Comments? John, we'll start with you. We haven't heard from you as a starter. Any thoughts? Comments?
No, in general, I think it's fine.
Mhm.
I don't quite understand why you would paint the roof shingles, but that's beside the point. The colors are fine. I think the windows are in scale with the house. The only thing I really don't like is the skylight on the porch. I just think it detracts from the roof
Mhm.
itself.
Yeah.
And they're held to maintain.
Okay. All right.
I think it's a handsome house. My comment would be, when you look at the rendering, that rendering looks like that house itself is a light gray, and then the windows are white. And I think the contrast between a light color and white trim give it a little more personality than a white house with white trim. And I think versus how like aged shingle houses look in the village where there is a contrast, I think if you could give us a color against the white, I think that'd be nicer. And my only other comment is exactly the same as the skylights.
Okay.
Because they look heavy on the roof, and
Mhm.
I think the house would just look better without them.
Yeah. Sarah?
There's a window design on the north elevation that includes a 4/1 and then divider, and then a single pane below it that I find peculiar. I realize it's probably on a stair, but I think that could be improved upon.
I agree, Sarah. I
Yeah,
think
that looks a little odd.
That's on A6.
Mhm.
Yeah, and you are correct, that is a stairwell. We were trying to get a little bit more light into
Yeah.
the stairwell.
It's an odd combination of windows. It looks like you have a regular window, and then you plopped in
A tag-on.
a tag-on window.
Mhm.
You know, either, there's a better, I'm sure there's a better execution that will provide you light.
One suggestion might be to lower the height of move the 4/1 down. Wouldn't that provide you with a little bit more light without having the extra?
We're saying to bring those down, separate them, its own trim and everything,
Mhm.
make sure the stairs don't hit it.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, do those windows face into or open into a room, a bedroom, or is that open?
Those are just open stairs on
Oh.
that side, yeah.
So that whole side. So you're gonna have plenty of light, to Sarah's point, by just having traditional windows in there.
And just
if
moving
you
it
lower it
down.
down, and it could actually make for a more
Even,
interesting design.
you would be okay with like the head of the windows coming down and not lining up with the second floor?
What do you think? Would it be interesting, or would it look odd?
Well, not forgetting that we're also seeing these lights from the foyer.
What?
We see these windows from the foyer, right? So when we come in.
Yes, yes.
I don't know, I kind of, I like Sarah's suggestion.
Yeah.
Or do we just, or maybe if they were just straight if they weren't.
I did show
Straight.
a little bit of where the stairs are located
Yeah,
to
yeah,
show
I see
you
that.
Yeah.
it is very close.
Well, it's just a suggestion.
Yeah.
But
No, I'm not-
straight windows would sort of,
Contemporize
everything
that.
else seems, the fenestration throughout the house seems to be
Consistent.
consistent,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mhm.
And then you have these things. So I think Sarah's solution is probably a good one. So Dan, you might want to play around with that. And I think that would be a better solution than one sort of contemporary looking
I agree.
oversized window.
I agree.
Would you guys be open to maybe eliminating that bottom row of windows and
Oh.
just leave the second story windows?
Yeah,
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 That
that's
would be
fine.
something,
yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, so fool around with it and see which way comes out
Yeah.
better for you.
No, eliminating them altogether would be optimum.
okay.
Now then, I do agree with my fellow board members that you've taken a very classic, simply elegant line, and then the skylights really just unfortunately break up
Thank you.
what otherwise is a nice roof line. Now, maybe it's the rendering, but
The heavy
and
chunk-
the
the heavy chunky trim.
yeah, the trim seems to be a lot heavier in the renderings than they are in the design, which then makes the return looks sort of oppressive,
Mm.
or at least
I
a
just
level
don't
of
thi- I just don't think you-
preponderance that
I
is.
just don't think you need them.
Well, that's another point.
Yeah, I think because the point of the porch is to get out of the sun.
You're saying, that what, but how?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was still on the skylights, my bad.
Oh, yeah, no, the skylights,
Yeah.
definitely, and I think Dan has heard that consistently.
Yeah.
No, I was talking about the returns on the roof trim seem heavy in the rendering, more so than they are in the line drawings. And again, maybe that's a visual, I don't know if that's an issue to either,
Yeah, it might be just the
One of you-
angle from
Okay.
how close you are to the house.
but anyway, beyond that, I think, did you use the word handsome design?
You could.
What? I think Mark did. Somebody did, so, anyway.
We'll all agree that all of you said it.
Okay.
But I do have to go back to my one other question that I always ask.
Good.
As I look at this, you have a exterior light fixture on the front door,
Mm.
period. Are there plans to put other surface light fixtures on the house?
No, that's the only one that we added in, and we talked before the meeting, hearing a lot of your comments, and we're open to just putting down lights along that entire, periodically throughout the
And you
porch
have
on
no
the
plans,
sides.
and you would have no plans for surface lights on the left-hand side,
No.
left or right-hand side of the garage?
At this, no.
And if you do, you'd come back.
Correct.
Did you have in your file, and I'm sure it's in the file, is the site plan?
I'm sorry?
I was just curious if we had a site plan. I don't have it in my package.
I believe there was a survey that was submitted with it.
Oh, I'm sure there was. I just don't have it in front of me.
It's in the Dropbox, but not.
If not, I also have a landscape plan.
Yeah, if you could, I wouldn't mind just taking a quick look at that. Thank you. Does it, what it doesn't do for me is, I want to get a sense of, oh, okay, here it is. So it's 38 feet back. Okay. I can't recall what the other houses are. Because this is essentially a wide lot
Yes,
on a
double
street
wide
that
lot.
has relatively narrow houses and
Which
houses, narrow lots and consequently small houses.
Which is why we made a shorter width house and made it a little bit deeper and to kind of fit the
Yeah.
neighborhood.
Yeah. All right. You coming back, so I'll get a chance to just step it out a bit more. But the impact, the question has to do with the impact of its mass and scale, depending on how it's placed on the property. But I think you've done a pretty good job of making it proportionate, or proportional, harmonious. Okay, any other comments, any public comments?
I do have extra copies if you two want the landscape plan as well. Or
I'll
put
take
it
it
in the
I'll take
file.
it from my file.
There you go. I think did you submit it into the file?
I did not. These are
Okay, so let's,
so-
so let's take that, we'll stamp it, and we'll put
Put it
one
in the
into the
file.
file.
Great.
Okay,
This is all
Thank
the
you.
stuff goes in the file.
okay,
Got quite a file.
Excuse me, board, we do have someone raising their hand.
okay,
Okay.
great.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Simon Stella. I'm the owner of 48 Henry Street, next door to the 54 Henry Street property in question.
Are you two, just out of curiosity, north or south?
South, actually.
Right, okay, great.
So there is a property issue with the two properties. So this property, 54, does encroach, or I should say, encroach on my property by about 3 feet or so. So I just want to make sure that, I mean, it's been that way since the 70s, 60s, whatever, long before I've owned the property. I just want to make sure that the plans that are in place are in fact reflecting the current property lines, property issues that are in place at the time.
Right, so the survey will be whatever the survey is, and to the extent they've had the property surveyed, the lines will be drawn where they are. I don't know, and I'm sorry, your first name again?
Simon.
Simon, in fact, we met one time when I was walking my dog.
Exactly.
And you mentioned that. So I would encourage you or suggest that you review the plan at the building department, the site plan. You know, the survey is really not something that we have jurisdiction over. It's whatever the survey is the survey that it is. Now, if there are issues between neighbors, then that's something for you to work out with Dan and the
Right.
applicant.
Right. Yeah, the current survey indicates the current driveway, the current property line, the proposed fencing, I guess, is the right way to determine it. But it's offset to the property line, which reflects the current scenario of what's the right way to put it? Plantings, arborvitae, or whatever you want to call it, you know, that'll adjoin the property.
Sounds like a title issue.
Yeah.
That sounds like a title issue.
What's that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, touch base or check in with the building department, take a look at the files and the survey plans. And if there are issues that need to be addressed between you and the property owner, then that's something you can address directly with them.
Yeah, the plans itself seem to indicate that the fencing of the proposed property will go just slightly to the left of my property,
Yeah.
which would indicate that they're following the line of the current scenario of the current former owners, if that lack of a better term. So it's kind of like, it seems like things are gonna follow as it were.
Because,
I'm just not
to
sure
be
about
honest
that.
with you, because this is not in our jurisdiction, what I would suggest is to come into the building department and meet with the building department and look with the survey that has been filed.
Right.
And if there is a discrepancy, you could talk to Alex or someone in the building department about it at that
No,
moment.
I've
Just
looked
because
at
this,
the-
this
I've
is,
looked-
because this issue is not an issue that's actually germane to this board. Because it sounds like a
I understand.
neighbor dispute.
No, I've looked at the plans and everything seems to indicate that it's gonna go as is, so to speak.
Right.
Good.
But I just want to throw it out there to
Okay.
the board.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
So, and they're coming back in a couple of weeks anyway,
Can we,
right?
November 14th?
Right. So there's time for you, Simon, to do that due diligence on your part. Any other public comment? Thank you, Simon. And see you in the hood.
See, dogs are good for you.
Dogs, right.
You meet people with dogs.
You do. So in any event, if there are no further public comment, then I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn. Were there other public comments? I saw a gentleman standing up. Nope? Okay. So do I have a second on that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, John, you there? Okay, great, thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
Okay, next application, Tallow Building Corp., 121 David White's Lane. Okay, folks, hold on, let me just get stuff in order here.
We have affidavits in there in order.
Thank you. 121 David White's Lane, yep. Okay,
Oh, front elevation?
little stuffy in here, huh? So there's no way of turning on the fan, the AC. Unfortunately, that makes,
Noise.
what's that? Okay, thanks. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. Thanks, I appreciate that,
Yeah,
Sage.
that's remarkable.
Okay,
Thank you.
and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being such stalwarts to the end.
Wow. Thanks,
Look at that.
You should open that one.
Yeah.
We don't have
There you
Yeah.
go. I'll take your good advice.
I'm surprised they're on.
To think all those times we've been in here,
Okay.
hot and sweaty. Well, maybe hot.
Start with the front.
Better
right
than-
there. That's perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Better than hot and balm.
I won't say they've been clean in a while,
But they do work.
but they're,
Okay,
all right.
so, let's just wait a second for Alice.
Looks like there's a COVID patio. It's covered.
Oh, covered, it said COVID patio. Actually, wouldn't that be funny if there were COVID patios like in the 60s, there were bomb shelters? You know what, that's not such a funny joke.
No, not anymore.
Perfect. That's great, thank
There
you.
you go. Okay.
Okay, that's the rear, and that's the rear as well. Let's start with the front. Great, thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you for your patience. So, tell us who you are.
Ralph Rastu, president of Tallow Building
I'm sorry,
Corp.
did you say Al?
Ralph.
Ralph,
Yep.
sorry, Ralph.
Presenting 121 David White's Lane. Two-story traditional farmhouse, variation on a couple of houses that I've done previously in the village that the board has approved. Single-car detached garage, white cedar shake exterior, natural cedar roof, 2/2 traditional window configuration, white Lorraine brick chimney, half of a covered porch in the rear, and that's basically it.
Gotcha. And the roof, Ralph, is?
Cedar.
Cedar, okay. Okay. I know it's gonna come up. All right, I'll let the board go through it and ask questions. Sarah?
I think it's a handsome design. The white brick chimney is not my favorite, but that's one of my idiosyncrasies. And I think the overall design is good.
Okay, Mark?
A few questions. Okay, hang on. My questions in order for you. The question I always ask, will there be any surface-mounted light fixtures on this house?
Yes.
Lights by the doors? 'Cause
They
don't.
will be, they're not depicted here, they'll be barn lights, basically a shaded barn light with direct down lighting, and they'll comply with dark skies.
Okay, so we'll need to see them and the locations. To Sarah's point, it is a handsome house. A few questions. At the top of the pediment over the front door, the double wide 4 windows. What do they go into? See the windows at the very top in the peak?
Oh, yeah, go up in the attic space.
They go in the attic space.
Mhm.
Okay. Light fixtures. And to Sarah's point, the white chimney, again, it's not a sticking point for me, but it's not my favorite. The thing that I think is a sticking point, it looks like you have black chimney pots on the top of that.
I think that's just the rendering on it.
Okay, because they
Yeah.
like pull your attention completely.
Yeah, no, that would definitely not be
Complete
black.
to the thing you don't want people to
No.
look at.
No.
Okay, and then same question about light fixtures on the garage. If those could be included, that would be great. And
Do you want a cut sheet on those, or
Those-
just location?
cut sheet would be nice, just so I understand scale.
Okay, John?
I think it's fine. I would agree on the white chimney. We don't normally move in that direction. Whichever one we prefer, natural finish. Other than that, I would fine.
I do have,
Mark, was
okay, I
was
do
your
have to,
concern on
I still
the
have to go on record.
windows?
I still have to go on record and say that in the back of the house, in the peaks, there's a square window.
Yeah.
And in the front, that there's 2 side-by-sides. I
Yeah.
think it would be better if it was a single square
Yeah,
window.
I don't have
Yeah,
a problem
I
with
was-
that.
Because that would be consistent to the house.
Yeah,
I wasn't gonna
and-
say it, but I was like, it's still
No,
bugging me.
no, I was gonna
'Cause
make that
it would round it out. I
point
think.
as well. It's, granted, the front is a bigger gable, but those square windows seem to work so well
Yeah,
in the other
Yeah, it's not a problem.
gables, and
Yeah.
so, plus you've got, as everybody said, a handsome house, and I think it unnecessarily brings attention to the attic. So, all right, and so Ralph, might you consider an alternative to the white Lorraine brick chimney?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Maybe a brick with some whitewashing or something like that.
A
I
little
mean,
whitewash on it.
something not,
I don't like the red. The red actually is too much of
No,
a
there's-
contrast.
no, but I
There's a
think
couple there's some couple that have that nice, they're on my house, I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
there's been a brick that's been presented to us a number of times.
Danish blend, no.
No, the
No,
Danish
maybe
blend
that's
has a
a
tint
Danish-
to it.
It's
No,
ours,
the
it's
the
lights.
Lorraine white is not a
You
true
know what we're
white,
talking
though.
about.
But the Lorraine white's not a true white. It's a
Yeah.
washed out white. I've used it before.
It's just the fact that they're just reading white, I think it just read nicer if it just read a little bit of color, but again, not the hill to die on, but.
But it is a white. It's a washed out white brick.
Okay.
it's still,
You can always bring in a sample.
A
too.
sample.
Again,
Yeah.
think of something, obviously there's a concern about a white chimney, so to the extent you could,
Make it more palatable.
Amelia, yeah. Thank you.
It's just not something that we see very often.
No, I mean, I used it on
So,
Oregon, on two
and
houses there,
then
Pelletreau. I've used it before.
Maybe I wasn't awake.
On
No,
the
actually, you were there. It was over COVID.
On the west elevation, the windows overlooking the, it's not a deck, but the railing, are those just windows or are they doors?
Those are doors off of,
That's a small deck off the master.
it's a small deck. And there's mature privet on that southern side as well.
It's a 9x12 deck off the master.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any public comment?
Can I ask questions?
You're open to public comments, so yes. Yes.
So I live next
Well,
door.
first, introduce
Hi,
yourself.
I'm Annie. I live right next door
Annie,
to
I
what
assume-
he's building. It's a lovely
Annie,
house.
could you tell us your last name and your address?
Yes, my name is Annie Izard, and I live in 113 David White's Lane. Don't let the numbers confuse you. I know we're discussing 121.
No.
But it skips to
Okay.
my house, which is 113. It's very confusing. So anyway, I love what you're putting up. When they
I'm sorry,
demolish.
can you address the board, please?
Yes, hi.
We
So I'm asking a question to the builder. I don't know if it's appropriate. Maybe I should wait till
Well,
after
ask
the
the
meeting.
question of the board.
Okay, so I live next door, and what I want to know is, since there's a detached garage, whether it's going to be built like right along the privets that are existing, which is like on the property line. On the survey, it looks like that the privet hedges between our two properties, which is quite tall, and I don't mind the structure being built, but I just want to know, is it going to be directly on the, like, next to the hedges?
Well,
What did?
a question, well, let me ask the builder a question. Is that a pre-existing garage that you're just renovating?
It's 10 foot. 10 foot is the setback.
So you're, it's a 10-foot setback off the property line?
Correct.
Right.
So it won't be
Oh.
right. If
Oh,
if
okay,
it's
'cause
10
it
feet
looks
off-
like
yeah,
it's, like,
yeah.
right next
No, it's a
to
good
it.
question, but
Okay.
if it's not because some of the older pre-existing garages in town are close to property lines, but if he's got a 10-foot setback on it, you've got 10 feet on his side of the property line for a split hedge, so you
Right.
should be fine.
Okay.
And it shows it on
And
a
that is
survey.
a
Survey, oh, okay. So, and was there a pool?
Yes.
So where is it?
It's not in the rendering,
Oh,
it's on the
okay.
site plan.
So the pool is in the rear, and so, Annie, there are zoning requirements and,
Jeff, your mic.
oh, thank you. So, Annie, the zoning requirements, and before anything comes to us, the property has to meet the zoning code. And in this case, the garage that you had questioned, which, as Mark said, is a good question, is all within the zoning code, as is the pool, which has to be 20 feet from the side yard. So, and it looks, based on the plans, that all of that is in fact the case. And the building department does go out and measure those things, so if for some reason it's not, Ralph will have to dig a new pool. And so, in any event, any other public comment? So, Ralph, you coming back to us with some cut sheets on lighting?
Fixtures?
Fixtures?
Light fixtures, no
Oh,
black.
was anybody else out in the ether?
We
No.
just had somebody raise their hand on Zoom for public comment.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, I was too fast.
It seems they may have put their hand down.
Okay.
Okay.
They just got entered into the room. My bad. Excuse me.
Okay, no problem at all.
Hi, everyone. I'm Constance Hunter. I live at 170 Pulaski Street, which is around the corner, but
Okay.
our backyards abut each
Okay.
other. And lovely house, very nice design. My only question was about the porch that comes out over the backyard. My understanding was that the zoning board or the ARB was sort of opposed to people having porches in the village because you can look into other people's backyards. So just wondering, are those windows that lead out to is that sort of widow's walk porch area more of a decorative thing, or is it something that is, that's going to be usable and my concern is that our pool is sort of right there, so they sort of be able to look out into our backyard.
Okay, so what I'm seeing on the site plan, and yes, you're right, Constance, the board is concerned about privacy. Ralph has indicated that this is intended to be a usable deck. Now, what it's also showing is that if I had to take a guess, if that's 20, 40, 60, 80, it's somewhere between 80 and 90 feet, I would take a guess from your yard line, I would guess.
Got it. Okay.
So, and then you say you have a pool on your side of the fence as well?
Yes.
So you've got a pool. Yeah, I don't know, Mark or John, because I know that's usually a concern of yours. I haven't walked the rear of the property.
I think, if it weren't for the way the balcony is constructed, it's almost surrounded, it's insetting to the roof line, unless I'm mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
That somehow addresses my normal issue about having too much commotion on the second floor. And it's small in size, so from my perspective, and considering it's that far away from the property line, I've seen, if it were an issue from my standpoint, believe me, I'd be front and center.
Right, and because you're saying, John, that it's not extending to the full extent of the porch roof.
It's set within.
And
It's
also-
set
it's
within.
also set down.
Oh, and it's set down as well.
Because-
Okay.
Because there's like there's a amount of roof that you can see that goes up to the
Oh, okay, so
railing,
that's-
but if you look at the floor height of the doors.
Right, okay, that
It's actually set
explains
down.
why. I wasn't sure whether there were doors or windows.
That would actually baffle sound, I think, and make it less of an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think in this particular case, Constance, it's not a significant concern now.
I will say when I walked it, I looked from these plans to the backyard. I didn't realize it was your backyard, but I didn't have a concern on this particular case based on the inset and the distance from your property.
Got it.
Is there?
And my only other
Yeah.
question is, we'd put up the privets that are
Mhm.
there, and originally the fence was on the side of the property in question. And then when we were doing our build, we had to put the fence on the other side of the privet. And so I don't know if the owner is amenable, but we were actually hoping to eventually, when our house is completed, rip those out and put in skip laurel. So, when you get to that phase, or we get to that phase, we'd love to be in touch about that, because it's evergreen, and it just creates a more sort of permanent, thicker screen in between the two properties, and so traps a little
Yeah.
more sound, and also is,
I'm going to suggest that that's a great conversation between neighbors.
Exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Well then, thank you, and look, it's great to see the neighborhood continuing to be improved, so.
Right,
Very much so.
right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good. So thank you, Constance. Ralph, thank you as well.
So lights, no black flues, garage lights, single window over the attic over the front door, and the brick color.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sample would be
All
great.
right, so I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our
Sec-
next meeting.
Second?
Second by Sarah, all in favor, aye.
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 All right, thanks, Ralph.
All right,
Thank
thank
you,
you, guys.
John. Okay, we're moving along. Okay, we'll get you folks home at some point tonight.
We're going faster than I thought.
As
Yeah,
long as it's
not too bad.
tonight.
What?
As long as it's tonight.
The 30, yeah, as long as it's tonight. 30 Bellows Realty at 30 Bellows Lane, construction of a two-story single-family dwelling and swimming pool. Okay.
Can I give the mailing, this affidavits?
Yep.
Yes.
Can
Yep.
I also give it, I'm doing another project too. Can I give it both 48 Harvest and 30 Bellows?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ron Villano, the architect, 430 Bellows. New construction, two-story single-family home. It is 2586 GFA, where the allowable is 2761. It's white cedar, painted white, cedar roofing, white doors and windows, white trim. Everything's within the allowable building envelope, and less than, actually. And a detached garage.
Who would like to start? Any
I'll start,
Okay,
yes.
go ahead, John.
A few things. Again, my first comment is always, are you planning to put surface-mounted light fixtures on this house? Because there are no light fixtures indicated. My second is, I feel like it's a little overwrought. I think, especially for that neighborhood, I think the exposed rafter tails is a little bit of a step too far. The window on the second floor of the front elevation, what you're calling the front elevation, running into the freeze board on the left looks like a mistake. And I think the over detail on the chimney, especially at the top where the chimney cap is a step too far. A lot of what we do, you know, in sort of the language of the Hamptons, the houses were built from natural materials and a little bit simpler. And I think especially for that neighborhood, we need to pull back the layer of detail on this house. The overall shape is fine. It just
Which
feels
window are
very
you talking
detailed
about,
heavy.
where the fascia runs into it?
What you're calling the front elevation on the second floor.
Which one? The,
Oh, to the left, to the
the
corner.
west facing?
Where's clipping right here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in general, cardinal points, we don't talk about rear elevations, we talk about which way they're facing.
So we're fine with taking off that trim.
Right.
That's not a big deal, and to
Well,
adjust that window.
Is it the trim or is it the?
Well,
the-
it's
the
those are
window?
Corbels. They're not exposed rafter tails. They're Corbels.
Corbels, well, they can go.
Same, yeah.
Yeah.
There are no exposed rafter tails. It's those. Those could go. That's not an outrageous request. And to pull those windows away from that side, yes, that's could be pulled in to be centered in that space. And then the light fixtures will be ones that we commonly use on a traditional home here, and it won't be anything pointing outward, and it will be downward lighting, so it won't create any issues
But
with pollution.
Are they surface-mounted fixtures?
There'll be surface mounted lanterns, yes.
Okay, then we just need to be indicated on the plan, and we need
Okay.
to know what they look like.
Okay.
And how many. Okay? And I also think, besides just the chimney cap, I think the heavy brickwork on the chimney is just, it's too much.
Simplify it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the door frame is black matte.
That's the previous version. I pushed, it's going to be all white.
Okay.
And are the side lights solid paints on that front door?
Yes.
So they're just, those are just solid?
The hatch went over it, yeah.
John, any comments?
Yeah, I think the chimneys and the brickwork, just, they overwhelm the house. From this shot right here, it's just overwhelming.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Especially given how small the lot is and how close the neighbors are, it's gonna make it look looming.
And I would add to that the shingled returns. I'm not even sure if you need a return, given the size of the house, the neighborhood, how it's gonna look against the other houses. I think it speaks to what Mark started out the conversation with, is just there's some ungaposh going on there.
And when you turn to the rear perspective, and orient me, please. The front elevation faces
Front
south?
elevation will be south, if you look at the survey. We have there. The front is west.
West, okay. I see that. And so the quote rear elevation is east.
Yes.
This is north, and this is south.
I think also by the
Oh,
time,
yeah, the front is west.
by the time you get to the quote rear perspective, which is the east perspective, you begin to see the confusion with the roof profiles and the gable ends. When you have that behind that overly elaborate chimney, you've got these projections that are sort of peeking out. I think you begin to realize that perhaps the front perspective is a little overdone.
At the rear.
I'm looking at R10.
So you're looking at the rendering.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the,
Yeah, those, how you mean how it's pulling out of the hip?
Uh-huh.
At the rear is a hip?
Uh-huh.
You'll never see that from the ground, really. I mean,
Well-
you'll see the connection, but that's a natural connection, how those two hips come into play. The front elevation gables are fine too, tying into that main hip.
You have a lot going on.
So do a lot of old village homes. The roofs were.
But this is a pretty small building.
Beyond.
What's that?
This is a relatively modest scale building for all this going on.
Yeah, well, you're looking at it from bird's eye view too, so you're seeing it from where you typically wouldn't.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you a little because this is a small lot and it's a corner lot. And because you're going to be driving and you're going to be coming.
Yeah, I get that.
And going around, you're actually going to see more of it than you're telling me that you are. So I actually think it does come into play.
I disagree, because
And
I've
it's
been doing
also-
this a long time here in this village as an architect and dealing with the very small lots, and probably 25 years doing this here.
Yeah.
Elm Street, Woolley.
40.
Yeah, all right. As an architect.
all right.
Historic
So,
preservation.
Anyway, we
Okay.
don't doubt everybody's experience.
Okay.
So what I don't see on this plan here, and maybe it's on the survey, is the location and direction of the garage.
So the garage at the rear, the garage door goes to the north, goes right out to Bellows Lane.
Where the garage door
Mhm.
says, the west elevation shows a garage door.
Well, because it's angled, so for some reason, I guess it's calling it west, but it comes out directly to Bellows Lane. If you look at the survey, you'll see how it lays out.
Okay.
It's a rear straight. I'm assuming the curb cut goes straight out to Bellows, so it's a.
Correct.
Yeah.
You're saying which one? Bellows Court or
No,
Bellows
Bellows
Lane?
Lane. You drive straight in off of Bellows Lane.
If you look at
Go
the
to-
first,
Go to the left of that drawing,
Mhm.
all the way to the left corner. and
Yeah.
then Your driveway goes straight in, because the garage door faces Bellows Lane.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
if you look at the survey, you'll see it too on there. I know it doesn't show the driveway on here, on the site plan.
Okay, gotcha.
But it goes straight from the garage right to Bellows Lane.
Gotcha, okay. All right. So, Ron, you've heard the board's comments. Let me
Yes.
ask if there are any public comment.
And, I'm sorry, and you guys are looking to simplify the front elevation roof too?
Mm-hmm. The west elevation.
Okay.
Okay. Any public comment? Emma, anybody out?
Could I point something out?
What's that?
Could I point something out on the plan?
Yeah, sure, thanks, Alex.
I just want to know, it looks like there may be a gross floor area calculation somewhere. It doesn't look like it addresses the garage pool house building. I don't believe the deduction for garages applies when it's combined with the pool house. So I believe that needs to be noted on the GFA calculation.
Okay, so will you address that within the building department and get in touch with Ron as need be?
I'll look at that, yeah.
Okay.
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 All right, board.
Ready?
Thank you for your time.
I move that we adjourn the application of 30 Bellows Realty to our next meeting. Do I have a second on that?
Second?
Second by Mark, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Okay, great. Hey, thanks, Ron.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next.
Do I get to stamp?
Next is Claire and David Kershey at 37 Pheasant Close West. I don't know if they're here. Okay, so let's do it. Introduce yourself, and then I think Alice and I will just have a comment to make, right, on this, or? This,
Do I?
this is the property that is before the ZBA.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So,
Good evening,
introduce
ma'am.
yourself.
Good
One, we
evening.
have affidavits.
We
right?
have affidavits. We're good.
Okay, introduce yourself.
My name is Louis Puccio. I'm with Schiffert Architectural Engineering in Southampton, and I'm making this presentation as a part of the building permit application process
Right.
for a new front porch, a new detached two-car garage, and a new second-story deck on the
Okay.
south facade.
So, Louis, before you go much further, we're aware that this property is also before the zoning board.
Yes.
And we're aware that the requests before the ZBA are significant and have the potential to impact the design that you may be
That is correct, yes.
sharing with us tonight. So that puts us in a situation of which comes first. And we want to, one, acknowledge your presence and recognize that so you don't have to repost and remail.
Mhm.
And inasmuch as you're here and you've waited 3+ hours, we're happy to have you present your case, but we are loath and would not, and correct me if I'm wrong, Alice, to make a decision with so much up in the air. 'Cause
Right, and that's understood. I think
Is that, I just want to give Alice a
Yeah,
chance
that's
to-
correct. There's too much that could change based on the zoning board's determination.
Okay.
It wouldn't make sense for this board to render a determination.
So view
Yeah, I
this
think
meeting
I'd-
as
I'd-
one of directional.
Right. I'd kind of like to present the somewhat like the direction we're going and, the materials we're choosing
Okay.
to go
All right.
with. And
So let's do that, Louis, as quickly as we can.
Sure.
Okay? And that doesn't mean by speeding up your speech,
Right,
but
right.
it means by just getting to the basics.
I guess the first thing I'd like to do is, as you guys already know, we did have a meeting with the zoning board. And I believe Alex reached out to me today, Alex Wallach, in regards to the location of the garage has changed in a slight bit. The site plan that you guys have shows it as around, I think it's like 10 foot from that south property line, whereas we moved it 15 feet in an effort to work with the ZBA and.
Can we see it?
Right.
I have it on here.
But again, that's not a.
Right. So
Right now,
let's
that's a decision for
let's use this
ZBA.
opportunity as.
Can we see something?
I'm sorry?
Can we see something?
Yeah, so let's show us the elevations in terms of, let's conceptually look at the design that you're contemplating.
Okay. Okay. So this is basically the page for the garage and the elevations. The plan we have here, and then we have the 4 elevations.
Okay.
So in the case of the garage, the homeowner would like to use the same brick finish that he used to build the existing dwelling. He would also like to use to match the existing freeze board, the existing soffit, the existing fascia, and the existing trim that he used to build the existing dwelling. The new elements that the homeowner would like to introduce is a more modern garage door, as shown on our filed plan. If we look here, he would like to go with more of a modern-esque looking door.
Is it clear?
It's like an opaque or obscure glass, I should say, or frosted glass. And then as well as the rear entry door, he would kind of like to match the style where it would be slits of frosted glass.
For the front door?
That would be for the rear entry door of the garage,
Oh.
and that's shown on this elevation here. So that's for the garage. Now, for the front porch, which is also under ZBA's review, the homeowner would like to use the same soffit, fascia, and trim as the existing house. He would also like to use the same roof shingles that he used to build the existing roof with, which he does have surplus of, and also ridge caps and everything necessary.
Yep.
And then the front door, he would also like to swap it out with a more modern looking door to match the garage as well, which is depicted here. It would be a double front door. And then for the columns, we were looking to go with all white, very minor detailing, kind of a contemporary look for the columns in the front. And then we have also the rear deck, which here's an elevation of. Here's another one. And this is also an elevation of the front porch, in case you guys haven't seen it. But for that deck, he would also like to match the fascia and the trim used on the existing house. The columns will be the same used as the front porch, and he would like to use mahogany deck boards as the decking material.
Right. Okay. All right. Sarah, John, Mark, whoever wants to go first.
We don't, I think that most of the obscure glass, the reduced columns, really have nothing to do with other architecture in the village of Southampton. And I would be loath to approve it as presented.
I would agree, and the other thing is introducing standing seam roof for the garage when it doesn't have any relationship to the house would be hard. I think for the porch, I'll just go fast. I think for the porch you designed, it takes away from the pediment at the top of the house, so I think it's the wrong design for the front of this house, because they seem to compete with each other visually. The milk glass, or glass front eye door, because it's a fairly traditional looking house with just this occasionally modern element, which really isn't working for me. And the deck, two things about the rear of the house, and the, on page A605, in your west elevation, first of all, you have massive amounts of light fixtures on the second floor, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they go around the corner, but you have no light fixtures on the first floor, but you can't put surface fixtures if the deck is going to be mahogany. So if you're going to have light fixtures at the second level, we need to know that, and the deck is massively way too big, and we'd never approve it.
Also, the proportions on the west elevation, you have this teeny tiny little slender door, and then you have these giant
Well, those are all existing.
That's fine, but none of it adds up to a whole lot. The overall impression really is more of a hotel.
Yeah. I mean, I realize this house, I realize it's existing, but there's a sort of light window-to-wall ratio existing on the current structure that some of these additions actually point out worse, that drive some of this decision process.
Okay. John?
Yes, and all of the above.
Okay. So, Louis, inasmuch as I said we're not going to make any decision at this point, we'll adjourn we'll hear if there's any public comment, but we'll adjourn without prejudice. I'm not even going to ask that you resubmit anything because we don't know what the next step is with the
Right.
zoning board. But-
We should adjourn until the ZBA has made a decision.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Let me ask if there's any public comment. All right, so the board then moves to adjourn until such time as a decision is rendered, excuse me, on this property. Is that sufficient?
Should we adjourn it to a certain date?
We don't know, we can't predict the future, we don't know when
Yeah.
No,
ZBA will
we're
approve.
adjourning for ZBA.
Okay, so, thank you, Alex, for asking. But in any event, it should come pretty soon anyway, in as much as you before the ZBA, but they have to do their review and diligence. So I move that we adjourn, subject to decision by the ZBA of 71, I'm sorry, of Claire and David Kershey at 37 Close West. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mark, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Thanks, Louis.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. All right, we're getting there. Energy might be dissipating a bit, but, all right, thank you, folks. All right, so the next application is 71 Hill Street, 71 Hill Street, and this is to demolish an existing commercial building, construct a new hotel, 44 units, and conversion of vacant upper floor to residential floor space. All right, this might take a while. But let's introduce us and take us through it.
Good evening. I'm Jack Coogan. I'm the architect for
Hi, Jack.
this 71 Hill Street development. And on the site plan, the area map there, you can see that the site is on the eastern side of Viridian Way, which is perpendicular to Hill Street at the western end of the Village Business District. Try.
There you go.
All right. Across on the eastern side is the Southampton Inn. Now, the Southampton Inn wishes to construct a hotel on the other side of Viridian, and this hotel will be a resort-type hotel, which will feature extended stay suites of with kitchens and washer dryers for extended stay. Most of them, of the 44 units, 38 are one-bedroom types, and the rest 6 are studio type. Let's see now. Oh boy, nope. No, this is not for me.
Okay.
All right, 5, please. What I'll take you to now is the site plan on sheet number 5, which has the site photos. Unless you'd select the zoning map will indicate that we're in the Village Business District, and we are not in the Historic District. This site, of course, is right between. Pardon? Yeah, that's good. This is a sheet that has some site photographs of it, and it has indicated the 3 buildings that exist currently on the lot. There are 2 on Hill Street. Those are to remain. Those are commercial buildings. And they're actually visible on, boy.
They're visible on Hill Street.
Yeah, they're visible on Hill Street. And they're on 6 and 7 photographs down below, if you can see that. Behind them, down Viridian Way, is a 2-story building that's to be demolished to make way for the new hotel. That is currently occupied by a restaurant, but mostly vacant. On the 2 existing buildings on Hill Street, the plan is to convert the upper floors to residential, including workforce housing. If we go to sheet 6, thank you. This is the site plan. This was recently approved by the planning board. after a year of discussions. And in yellow are the two, is the hotel, which you actually see is two buildings, which are mirror image of each other around a central swimming pool terrace. Each of the buildings will contain 22 units on 2.5 stories. The first and second floor have 9 units per floor, and the top sets back to the half story and has 4 on that floor. Parking is arranged front and back of these. If we go to the next page, you'll see a diagrammatic section of the zoning floor area in gray and how the roof slopes work to create the half story in the attic. Each of the suites on the first, second, and the attic floor have an outdoor space, a porch. The first 2 floors, the porches extend off the building. And the third floor, the porch is there due to the setback. I'm sorry, could we go back to 6 once? The 2 wings of the building are joined by an entry portico, and that is where the people will check into the Southampton Inn across the street. They'll park their car, or they'll walk across the street, or they'll get dropped off by the curb, and they will enter into that portico and go left or right to whichever of the buildings their room is assigned to. Also on this drawing, you'll see on the extreme left, there is a sewage treatment plant which will handle that, and that's currently under review at the County Health Department. Other than that, there is a small auxiliary building at the top of the sheet in the middle between the 2 buildings, and that's a pool cabana building with toilet facilities, showers, and pool equipment. Thanks. And now we'll go to, yes, please. There are a lot of floor plans in here. I don't know if you really
No, we
want
don't.
to see all
You
that,
can
right?
skip to 19.
Okay, we'll go to 19. 19, on top of the sheet, the west elevation is this is the Viridian Way elevation. This has the 2 wings of the building, Building 1 and Building 2, as they face onto Viridian, and in the center is the portico that I mentioned before. That is the entrance. Behind, in the back side, the portico is basically a column structure with the roof above. On the back side, that column will be infilled with a lattice that serves as a screen to give some privacy and keep people from going into the pool terrace area. Below that drawing is a blow-up of that one side of that west elevation. And then going forward, the next sheet is 20. It is the building is built full to the property line to the west, as is permissible in the village business district. And again, there is the cabana building illustrated there. On the next sheet is the north elevation of Building 1, which faces away to the north toward the rear parking area across a landscape buffer area. On that drawing, you can see the upper and lower porches stacked on each other on the first and second floor, and then you'll see also the third floor porches illustrated there. Turning to the next page, you'll see what it looks like from the interior at the swimming pool terrace. Again, the same treatment on the porches. And you'll see on the left side is a cut through the portico and the entry door to, that would be the north building. The small windows to the side of that are in the stairwell. The door on top of the portico roof is basically an access to help the staff move around the buildings without always continuing to go down to the first floor. And it is a mirror image, so the other building is the same way. We are looking to, on the roof, the roof would be asphalt, fiberglass reinforced asphalt shingle, slate line shingle. The walls are clapboard. They would be either fiber cement or perhaps AZIC polymer recycled material, detailed in the traditional colonial revival details. The columns are fiberglass Tuscan type columns. Again, the rails too would be made of a polymer type material, such as AZIC. As moving forward, there are a few more details that we're developing for the exterior treatments. We also are looking to include other elements such as shutters at the windows.
Material of the shutters?
Yeah, they would be similarly of AZIC or
Polymer,
polymer.
plastic.
Plastic, yes. There is, on the facade, facing onto Viridian, each building has an oriel window that pops out from the second floor, and that's illustrated on drawing 25. There's an issue of a sewer line that's running beneath that area, so we don't bring it to the ground. But it's there to give a little extra room to that studio unit and to break up the massing on the facade. And 26, again, there's just some more details around the building there. Include on the right-hand side an entrance. The building will be basically a slate gray roof and white clapboard end trim. White windows, white doors. The entrance door, though we will probably, which is solid 6-panel door, is most likely will have a color, the signature color of the hotel. The next page is some close-ups on windows, some signage, and other details. The next drawings are about buildings E and F, their floor plans. They will, these existing buildings, the work will be done on the interior. There'll be no effect on the outside of the building other than to change the windows. Other than there will be a bridge connecting an existing exterior gallery that is on the northern or the western building to connect into the new units in the the western building. And that is a lot
Yeah, it is
to
a
look
lot.
at.
Thank you, Jack. So let me turn it over to the board members, and I've got some comments as well. Anybody want to start? Mark, Sarah, John?
A lot of substitute materials.
Yeah.
And a lot to digest, as you said.
Yeah.
And my first question was originally going to be about the sewage, but you've addressed that.
I guess my first comment would be that I don't know that it feels completely in the right language of that location, the village. I think it looks a little highfalutin with the, you've got this long Chippendale series of rails down there, but the side of the building looks a little valued engineered. When I go into the interior spaces, it feels a little more organized, but when I'm looking at your west elevations, they look not purposeful and in materials that I don't think read as elegant enough for the village, and they're all executed in plastic material. So I don't think any of that is really what we'd like to see with a project this big in the business district.
John?
No, I would agree that if some of the elements were natural wood or natural finishes combined with other AZAC or other materials, it might be a different issue, but this, it appears to be a plastic building. From the cement sidewalk to the asphalt roof and the plastic trims and gates and fences, it doesn't look fitting for the village of Southampton.
Right.
It looks like an up-island apartment building to me.
So I will echo John's comments, Mark's, and Sarah's. While this may be in a commercial district, it need not be a commercial-looking building. This is a commercial-looking building. And in so many ways, Jack, the use of the materials are inferior to the location of that property. It may not be in the historic district, but it's surrounded by historic properties. It's not your affair, but it's regrettable what happened to the Village Latch, which I think lost a lot of its historic context. You have prime real estate, yet the structure is lacking that elegance, both in terms of the use of the materials, the design, the multitude of balconies, the asphalt rather than a wood shingle. You know, you can choose whatever materials you wish, but it's a shame not to be consistent with, you're right across the street from the Southampton Club. They're doing renovation now. That's an historic building. The Village Latch, historic. Okay, they date back hundreds of years, and you're putting on, or you're proposing, and presumably for economic reasons, because architecturally they're inconsistent with the nature of the properties. So I would ask that your client, who's been working on this for a long time and has put a lot of effort in it, that the architecture would reflect the same level of concern. I can't dig into their pockets, but my guess is these will be significantly revenue-generating properties, and I hope they are. I encourage them to do so. It would be nice if the building reflected that, as opposed to looking as it does with the issues and elements, both the materials. The asphalt roof, the fiberglass trim, the AZAC, the multitude of balconies. I'm repeating myself a little bit. Does every room have to have a balcony such that it looks like a motel? Architecturally, I don't think that's in the best interest of that area. It might behoove the interests of the developer, but architecturally, I think every room, every facility having a balcony and a third floor balcony to boot just makes it look so much more commercial than I believe is warranted, or is harmonious to the other properties in the area. The use of the solar panels, while commendable, I'm not sure that it is appropriate in that location, which will be visible from the street as you're driving along. Then there's some skylights on there as well, which I think are problematic. So, I don't know, have I missed something, Mark, or Sarah, or overstated things?
No, you haven't overstated. It looks more like it belongs into like Americana, one of the hotels that's around a theme park, because it looks like it's trying to force itself in and to fit into some place without being respectful of the place it's fitting into.
Have you folks looked at the historic guidelines? Again, this is not in the historic district. But there's a
program.
book.
It is difficult to work
Yay.
the program into that. I mean,
Well, difficult that it may be, your client, I'm sure, has spent millions on the property, will be spending millions, will be making millions. Again, that's not an issue of concern,
Well,
but
it's not about money at this point, it's
no,
about choice.
it's
Because
right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. There are choices that are being
if we spend time to
made.
try to fit into the guidelines, I think it is possible. Because it's the ends of the building in particular, and this lawn connecting with the big huge sign in the middle and all the running balconies that make it look overwrought. And also just, it's really weird scale-wise from the ends of the building, which is what you're going to see because they're the ends of the building that face the street. So I think the window-to-wall ratio is a little bit odd. I think the materials, and especially being clapboard and making it feel even wider, is not helping. I think, well, you've heard.
Okay. Jack, we'll give you a chance to respond. Let me ask if there's any public comment. Any, yes? Well, come on up. Yes.
It's Dee Dee Moan from 71 Hill.
So you're not, so this isn't a public comment? So you...
Oh, no, this isn't a public comment. I'm sorry.
No, that's not, I want to hear you, but I just want to make it clear that
I was just gonna
this is
sit.
not a public comment. It's,
This is a
you're
question
the
for
property
the board.
owner.
And yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
And it's Jeff. It's not sir. Don't
Hi,
worry
Jeff.
about that.
Dee Dee. This has been several years and several depictions of trying to, I mean, the uses, I think, are what the village, I would like to see in the village, some higher level, really lovely hospitality that could potentially have people come in for a slightly longer period of
Right.
time, but leaving it as a hotel. The two buildings that are on Hill Street, we're going to stay. The streetscape will be the same. We do need to go to the ARB because they're set back too far, but I'm assuming that it would be okay to keep the setback there.
Zoning.
I mean, I'm sorry, the ZBA. You are the ARB. It's late. This is my
That's okay.
bedtime.
We understood.
So one of the questions that I have in looking at this now is it the materials? With the wooden railings, with a different kind of roof. I think maintaining the white color, but maybe even not. Maybe it should be cedar shakes. Maybe it should be gray like the village latch. I don't prefer that, but again, I would defer to you all. Or is it the concept? Because as we're moving forward, we're going parallel in a way among you and the ZBA, and then the sewer treatment plant. So I would love
You've got
to.
a lot in front of you, yeah.
Well, we do, but you
Yeah.
know, it's been many, many years. Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
This
This is
configuration took
this
over a
is
year to get to.
2 years actually, and so the entire first one, which was very historic, from some places that are not in Southampton necessarily, but had a totally different kind of very grand, welcoming look, has become this. So I would just ask you, even though we're all so exhausted, if the materials are changed, and how do you feel about this?
I think we express ourselves fairly clearly.
I'm-
It's a multitude of things that, when all put together, I think have you falling short of your intention, which is a good intention, which the village supports, and that it could be made richer, not only by the materials, but by the design. And I think we've been fairly explicit. John, did you have your hand raised, or you were just waving?
No, I was just thinking, we can't design the property for you. We've given our
Of
input
course, yeah.
regarding the elements that we think are inappropriate. So we have to turn it back to you to design a property that is more fitting of the location and the history of the village, that meets your needs, and also is something for the village to be proud of.
Well, absolutely. It needs to be proud for the village, for the community, for the guests, and for the owner also. The outside spaces, is it the concept of the outside spaces? Because I feel that that's a very important part of the experience being in Southampton. It can be redesigned differently, or is it something that you prefer not to see? Because that's not historically contextual with Southampton Village.
Mark?
I'm going to speak for myself clearly enough
Yes,
for the board.
please.
But
I mean,
number one,
I am also.
from the village standpoint, I think what you're doing, what you're bringing to the village is very important. You're also providing workforce housing. There's a lot of great things about what you're doing. Our comments are actually about the architectural language of which it's being done. I don't personally have a big issue with the balconies because I know it's an important part of a hotel, but I think they've got sort of overwrought details on them, and they come across as false history almost, and they don't look like something that's of the village. So I think it's more about choice than it is about purpose. because I think your purpose is great. And I think, and then when you've got that long colonnade connecting the two buildings with the running rails all the way down it, I think there's a different way to do that. That's not the big connector. I think there's another choice to be made there that may be more in keeping with the friendliness and openness of the village. I mean, as a thought, if you remember what the courtyard used to look like, that it had buildings that was friendly and you went into it, that could be designed in a way that feels a little friendlier going into it versus feeling off-putting from the street. So, it's what I could tell you right now. But so I think from a purpose standpoint, great. I just think from an exterior execution standpoint, there are better answers.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And the materials as well.
Materials.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Jack and Dee Dee,
See you again.
yeah. So we can, well, you've got stuff going before other boards. You
We
indicated.
have some things in zoning.
I don't know if that impacts
You also have things
us,
in
but-
planning, don't you?
No, we're done there.
Or with sewage.
That's in
Health
process.
department.
Yeah, health
Yes.
department.
We have a conditional approval at planning, and they suggested well, permit us to come here. The remaining items are swimming pool and
Okay. So,
the use of the non-workforce residential.
but
Something we're
that's
talking
well beyond our purview. So in terms of
And
adjourning.
thank you for keeping the clock tower.
Okay, in terms of adjourning this, can't specify a date, I don't think, or unless it's an adjournment until such.
I don't
time.
see why they can't come back once they have new architectural drawings.
Right.
I don't think we need to wait for the zoning
Right.
board in this instance.
No, not at all. So we can adjourn to whatever date, and Jack, if you just step up to the microphone, please. So we can adjourn to whatever date, or we can keep it rolling for some period of time. My guess is, based on all that was discussed, is you're not gonna be able to turn this around in a couple of
It
weeks.
won't be the 14th, but what is the following?
The
date?
28th.
That could be.
Okay,
Okay,
so we
all
can
right.
adjourn to that date.
Okay, so I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to the meeting on November 28th. Okay, and do I have a second on that?
Second?
Second by Mark, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you,
Very good.
and Dee Dee, I know this has been a long process, and, I know this is your baby, so please don't take any offense.
I'm wearing a mask because my son is getting married this weekend.
Oh, no, I said this is your baby. That's your baby.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to. No, thank you very much. I really appreciate the feedback. I agree on materials, and we,
Okay.
we want to make this something that everybody is proud of, so thank you.
Great, thanks, Dee Dee. Take care. Okay.
Take it out of the colonial vernacular.
Okay, so we are now on to driveway gates in the non-historic area. There are 4, and if everybody's here. So I just want to reiterate one thing, that driveway gates are structures. I know everybody has an intended purpose, but that's not our purview. We have recently issued guidelines, and so I hope that which is going to be presented conform to those in some way or another. So let's begin. And we can get Mark to come back in. So the first one is Belinda Reingold at 48 Harvest Lane. Are they here? I'm sorry?
Yeah, bringing them in.
Okay.
We have affidavits.
Okay, great, thanks. Hello there. Whoop,
Muted.
oh, you still on mute?
How's that?
That is good. So tell us who you are, and we'll go from there.
All right, Ron Delano, architect, here again.
Yeah. Hi, Ron. You're on your drive home?
Yes, much far ride, yes.
Okay. Are you pulled over at
Let me know.
least?
I'm not driving.
Good. Thank you.
I appreciate that question.
All right.
Okay.
Do you need me to pull up the drawing or not?
Well, unless we have it here.
Yes, yes you do. You should have it in your folder.
Okay. But do we have it on the screen? Yeah. This is for 48 Harvest?
Yep, I have a copy.
You have a copy of?
Correct.
Okay. So, take us through one, let's start with the location.
Make sure I haven't lied.
I don't have it.
Okay, well, let's see. Sage, do you,
Alex, do you have that?
I'm checking our records here, if we've got, like, copies in our Dropbox. We need to put it up on the screen.
We had it from last week.
yeah, it was here a while ago.
Just nobody showed up, but they did submit, I thought.
Oh, this was a carryover case.
Yeah, no, exactly.
We have it under a different date.
Yeah, it would have been it would have been under the last actual meeting date, I think.
There it is.
There we go.
Okay, great.
Well done.
All right, good. All right.
Thank you.
So it would be helpful, Ron, to tell us where this is located on the property, because I believe this is a flag lot, correct?
Correct, yes. It is located down the driveway, so it's not at the street.
Mhm.
And it's a gate that slides right, which is to the west.
Okay.
So the neighbor to the east of us also is a flag lot. It has a gate at the same location,
Right.
respective to his property. So they're pretty much right next to each other.
Okay. So take us through the dimensions, the design, the
All right,
materials.
So this is, basically we did the stone finish at the columns. It's white painted wood. Spindles
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, 1 second. Can we move to the picture of the actual gate now? Because we're in the, there, thank you.
Here we go.
Thank you.
And it's a slider gate, so it's one piece, not two pieces on a hinge, one on a track that slides to the right, which again is the west.
And height-wise, how does that compare to the gate next door?
It's pretty much similar in proportions and dimensions. Ours is open though. The one that's next to us is not open. This one is open, meaning the spindles are spaced.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't read it from here. What's the height of the gate?
The actual gate is 7 feet. To the top of the gate, to the top of the post is 8 feet.
Hmm. Okay, personally, I think it's a foot too tall, and I think you don't need street numbers on both posts. But I would like, if the gate he'd come down a foot and the posts come down a foot. And can you just take us, can you also just take us through, it's hard to tell from the drawing what's the positive and negative in there. How wide are the pickets?
Pickets are about 1 3/4, and the spacing between on center is about 6.5 inches.
So it's pretty
So
open.
looking at this, then the wider part is the open space.
Correct.
I agree with Mark, if the posts and the gate were reduced by a foot, I'd be fine with it.
I think we would try to, yeah, that's fine. We would try to keep it in harmonious with the gate next to us, but that's fine if you want to drop it down a foot.
And I think the idea of only having one street address is a valid one.
Have you, board members, have you gone down the driveway?
I have, it's next to the other houses were built.
I'm sorry?
I have, it's next to another house that's been
Yeah,
built.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if it comes down a foot, and if it's lower than the one next to it, will it look more odd than if they were exactly the same height?
Seems, I don't have an actual memory of it enough to answer that question
Yeah.
without looking at a photograph, to be honest with you. I remember going down there. And I guess my other question is, well, you mark the street, the street address is actually marked at the street, right? And how far back is this gate?
Take a look at the survey sheet, hold on a second.
Yeah.
The survey sheet.
It's gotta be almost 100 feet.
Yeah, it's like 100 feet.
about 100 feet.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's very, it's.
Yeah, all the more reason for only one in smaller street letters, and then how do you
Well,
feel
it's
about it?
confusing when, I guess when they get up there, because the other property's right next to it, but if you want one number off, that's fine.
Yeah. Redundant street, it just feels weird.
When you get there.
And gooseneck?
Yeah, yeah, even though this is far back. But Ron, can you see yourself to nix the gooseneck and do what, was it you or it was somebody else who previously had come before us in the historic district and had the pad mechanism, I guess, wired into the ground, wired into the post, the pillar? I'm not even sure your
Yeah,
neighbors
for the
would.
gooseneck?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's so far in, though, does it really matter?
Now, to some
Yeah,
extent,
that's-
it doesn't, but actually, if I was the neighbor, I think I'd be more concerned. Plus, they share a driveway, somebody's gonna hit that thing.
Yeah, the neighbor, he's involved in the project, he's actually the contractor, and he was okay with this, but if you don't want a gooseneck on the,
Yeah, would
on
you,
the,
We would prefer it to be automatic or on the column, not as freestanding if possible. Because that's just a
on
precedent.
the column.
I mean, I realize this one's so far back, but it's kind of a precedent we're setting for the village.
Yeah, because somebody would have to get out of the car
Yeah.
if there was an intercom to speak. So put that onto the actual column,
yep,
and if they needed to speak, they just have to get out of their car.
Yeah, I think there's some other software options there.
okay. So,
All right,
let's do this, Ron. Let's adjourn. You'll submit new plans, and hopefully next time we won't have as, well, I'm not sure that's the case, as long a meeting. But hopefully we can get it resolved at that point, okay?
Okay, great.
All right, thanks. Any other comments, any public comments? Okay, I move that we adjourn the application of Belinda Reingold at 48 Harvest Lane to our next meeting. Do you have a second on that?
Second?
Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ron.
All right, thank you.
Watch your
Thank
driving.
you.
Okay.
Happy-
Okay,
appreciate it.
Andrew Baker, 86 Edwards Lane, construction of a proposed electric driveway gate. Are they here?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
I had a printout of the schedule without it in
Okay.
order tonight. It's
Great, go ahead,
jumping
tell
all
us who
around.
you are, and thanks.
Michael Marin for East Hampton Fence and Gate.
I'm sorry, Michael, what's your last name?
Marin.
Marin, okay, thanks,
from
Michael,
East Hampton
for again
Fence and
sticking
Gate.
around. Okay, so, tell us what the plans are on this property. Do we have, digital pictures submitted? Oh, and you have the affidavits, you said?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
They stamped.
I don't have the originals.
Michael, do you have,
You don't have it?
I don't know, we're checking now.
Oh, okay.
I think she has it,
It
yeah.
was submitted, yeah.
Okay. Let's see what you got. Okay. All right.
There we go.
Okay.
So it's a fairly traditional driveway gate, the column there on the left side, that dimension is 6 foot in height. And then the gate is a little less, I guess it's 5'8" or so, maybe 6 at the very highest point in the center. The spindles are about 2 inch, and the space between the spindles is very similar, equal 2 inches. And it's painted white, and that's about it. I think it speaks for itself.
Okay.
There's no call box. The call box
Right.
may be
right.
on the column, but there's no call box plan here.
We appreciate that. I'm going to cut to the chase here, board members, if you don't mind.
Go.
This is a street that, with the exception of one or two exceptions, has no gates. It has mostly ranch houses or small houses. There's one house that was recently built that I don't think, that on the corner of Edwards and Breeze, that has a sliding driveway gate. I don't recall ever approving that, and we'll take that up with the building department.
Well, yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, no,
But obviously that's key, because if that one is legal, this one is a house away.
Yes,
it's
but
the same,
it's-
it's the same design.
But it's a couple of things. It's a significantly different design, but I don't want to dwell on that. We're looking at this particular property. So this property, that lot, small lot, modest houses, open space, and this is a design that is more befitting of an estate. And nor does it comply, again, with our guidelines, and they're guidelines, so they're not strict code. But I would say my impression is, in terms of design, in terms of measurements, height, now I'm losing it, that this is far too much. If a 4 foot, we have houses that are bigger than this on Little Plains that we've used as an example, that have a very modest, almost open 4 foot gate. You know, if you wanted to do something like that, that might fit in. But I really think this is overkill for that property, in both in terms of design and dimension. So I'm sorry, I'm usurping some of the comments, but
It's okay.
Go ahead, Sarah.
I'm in agreement.
I'm in agreement, and I'm also challenging, I don't believe that's 51% transparent, because if you've got 2 by 2, 2-inch pickets with 2-inch space, that's 50% transparent within the rails, but it's not. If you take in the brace and the frame of that gate, it's less than 50% transparent. And therefore, it's too foreboding.
Okay, so we can widen the spacing a little bit.
Wide spacing, bring it down,
Yeah, I mean, it just,
take the arch out.
and probably I was more verbose than
I mean, the
saying-
gate that's literally 100 feet away,
We could,
and
Yeah.
is the same gate, except it's just straight across the top. The only difference is this
Michael,
curves. It's a little more traditional, that the gate that's very close to it is just straight across on the top.
Straight across the top
With all
would
due
help.
respect, and
You like the straight across the top
granting-
better?
Well, what I'm
Is
gonna
it-
tell you is it's not that I don't care, but we look at this gate on this location for this house, irrespective of the other gates around it.
Well, I think they're
In
going for
this
something a
particular
little more
case,
traditional.
in this particular case, I think Jeff has been pretty eloquent in what we think. I think it's a little too tall. I think it's kind of fancy, and it's not 50% transparent. So that's my comments.
All right. Let me ask if there's public comment. You're the only public left.
Everybody else is
And anybody out in the internet, Sage? No? Okay.
There's nobody on the interweb? Okay.
So, Michael, you've heard our thoughts.
Everybody wants the same gate. Harvest is, I didn't have anything to do with designing the application before. It's the same gate.
Well,
The house
okay.
to the left of Harvest, it's the same gate. I mean, we're basically building the same gate
No,
time
actually,
after time. So-
I'm about to tell you we're not. So, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
A gate,
Can I,
the-
can
the
I
on-
do
the
it?
only-
I have another one on, can we just
No.
jump to that one?
Oh, wait, are you the next application?
Well, I've got,
Are you 55 Toilsome or Cooper's Farm?
farm.
I think we should have.
Yeah, we have to go in order for
Yeah.
in fairness to this gentleman.
Yeah.
Not that it's gonna matter all that much. but-
129
So,
Cooper's
okay,
Farm.
so we're gonna adjourn, Michael.
That'd be great. We'll
and,
redesign and come
please-
back.
Please take to heart the comments. And I move that we adjourn the application of Andrew Baker at 86 Edwards Lane to our next meeting. Do you have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, thank you much. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, great. All right, Michael, we'll see you in a few minutes. But in the meantime, we've got the penultimate application, that of Taylor First LLC,
What about
55
What?
Toilsome
What about
Lane.
landmarks?
There you are.
Good
Okay,
evening.
are you buying drinks afterwards?
Good morning.
Okay,
Perry Gio representing my client,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your first name again.
Perry,
Perry. Great.
55 Tolsom Lane.
Yeah.
You're looking at a picture of the gate. And I'm sure you might ask the angles, which is a bit different, but trying to find an element of the house that your board has seen and approved. There's an acute angle and to the roof pitch, and this borrows that sort of gesture, that signature element of the house. And it's rather apparent when you walk around the building from the back and the sides, but certainly from the front. The gate is centered on that large Japanese maple. So looking through it, and it's 52% transparency, a true transparency, I might add, including the framing. When you look through, you're not seeing the building, you're seeing this gorgeous tree ahead of you. The heights we can talk about, and the lettering is so small, but the gate itself, the swinging, moving part is 6'4". When you add the 4-inch gap on the ground, it gets to 6'8". The pillar itself is 7'10", including the cap, which is 7 inches. So the pillar is like the brick, which the house is a material of brick, which is a whitewashed brick. It's red right now if you've been down that street, and it's all meant to be a stark white. And your board, again, would have seen the samples of when the house was brought before you. So just trying to find a gesture of, every project's different, and this house is rather different than the street. It couldn't go the colonial way. And that's how this angle, and that color is representative of the trim that was approved for the house.
And this house is on property that's well over an acre, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
yeah. And I'll say the gate directly across the street, almost not in line with this gate, just to the west a bit, is taller. But again,
Yeah, yeah. Sarah?
I think the design is quite handsome. It's nice to see something that springs from the actual design of the house. And that chevron pattern, I think, is highly successful. And given the size of the property, I think it's appropriate.
Mark?
I concur with Sarah. I think it's very, very handsome gate. I do, in fact, like that it borrows from the architecture of the property. I personally would be happier if it was 8 inches shorter. I don't know if it's the world's biggest quibble because it is on a big piece of property, but I also like the spacing and the transparency of it, and I actually like the fact that it's different.
John?
I agree. I actually like the design of the pattern of the gate. Somehow I think the posts on both sides overwhelm the design of the gate. What if you brought that down even with the height of the gate itself?
Yeah, I tend to agree with both Mark and John. And at the same time with Sarah, from the standpoint, I like the fact that you integrated the elements of the house into the gate. So that makes it very complementary. I think because, to Mark's point, it's 8 to 12 inches perhaps grander or higher than it might otherwise be, and that the pillars seem to be more dominant than, they take away from the gate. And I think you've got this house, which the board concurs is a very interesting and beautiful design. And I think by having a gate as prominent as this is, not in the design, but prominent in the scale and massing of the pillars.
Presence.
And the height, yeah. It almost takes away, in my view, it takes away from this beautiful architecture that you've created. Because the first thing people are going to see is a gate, as opposed to looking into this property that's romanced by a gate that is of a smaller scale and less massive pillars. And so it just flows into this house that has very long, elegant vertical lines.
Let me suggest, when dealing with brick and columns, and I do this all the time, you're left with a cruel math of the size of the brick. So it's either a 3 brick pillar, a 2.5 brick pillar, and a 2 is just too darn skinny. This could be a 2.5, easy, They're rectangles, by the way, by the gesture of the architect, the McAlpin, that when you see the tiny little site plan on the bottom left, there are 2.5 brick wide, and they were looking for something that was more rectangular. So that's how it became 3 in the front on the pillars. So they would be square if you made them 2.5, 2.5. The proportion.
It's the height that I have issue with, not the width of the
Really?
So say we made it, the house represents something other than the colonial ideal, that if we just borrowed the data line at the top of the gate and integrated the stone cap and everything instead of this notion of something traditional in this tiered system, just make it a bit more fresher and contemporary. It's going to have a big 8-foot hedge next to all of this.
Yeah,
But just integrate the size of the column to the gate cap and just call it a day.
I think that would be, you saying
Just use everything as that top line.
Yep, I think that would be better.
I think it's a good gesture. I
And
do
think,
too.
Knowing
I do
his
too.
work, I think
Yeah.
that kind of straight across design will look
It seems
fantastic against
intentful
McAlpin
and
House.
purposeful. Yeah.
Yeah. Not-
The alternative to that would be not to use brick.
Well, that house has got to.
It has
Yeah,
to be brick.
It has to be.
It has
brick,
to be.
Yeah, no, the
Okay.
materials are
Okay,
very,
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
we've
Yeah, so
made
I
the
actually-
horses
I
out
actually
of the
think
barn on that one.
It's actually, I actually think it would
No,
freshen the
that's okay,
presentation.
you're right, and I'm,
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think it would freshen the presentation even more at all one height. It's fantastic.
Okay, good.
so, I'll ask for public comment, but assuming there's none, we'll just need you to resubmit a design. It'll be pretty perfunctory at that point, presumably. So any public comment?
They're watching
No?
the news.
What's that?
They're all watching the news.
I know. Oh, my God, you're right. Okay, so I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting. Do you have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mark, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Great, thank you, Perry,
Thank
thank you
you.
for waiting. Michael, come back.
do it Zoom.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, that's true, you can do that.
Well, now
yeah.
you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, no, it's, all the meetings are hybrid now at this point, but we like seeing you. Okay, as we do you, Michael.
You think.
So,
Okay.
Reintroduce yourself.
Michael Marin, East Hampton Fence and Gate.
Okay.
We've done that same exact design many times before.
Okay.
But this other location at 129 Cooper's Farm, very similar gate design that we talked about at the last application. There are 2 columns that are there now that have some lights on the top. They are fairly close to the road. We're proposing that the gate and the columns be moved back to about 20 feet off the edge of the road. They would like to reuse the lights they have. I have been there at night, and those lights are a tad bright, I have to say. But the wattage in the bulb could probably be reduced maybe down to a 40-watt bulb or something.
So are they,
soften the color.
are they going to use the same column?
Yes, but we propose to reduce it a little bit.
Okay.
The column that's there now, they're really tall. But we propose to bring it down about a foot.
Okay. All right.
So are we looking at what's been proposed, or this is changing?
No, looking at what's being proposed.
Yeah. So there are already columns on
Yeah.
on the driveway, which are, as Michael says, very close to the street. So you're moving it back the required 18, 20 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the spacing on this particular drawing is detailed a little bit better. It shows an easy 50%. It's
Yeah,
just-
because
it's
you're
not quite
1
called out.
3/4 to 3, so that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the draft person. These are just draft person issues
Okay.
that they don't quite
All right.
nail it on the first time.
Okay, and it's wood?
Yes, wood painted white.
Okay, great. Sarah, Mark, any questions?
Nope.
Mark, how about you?
I don't have a question, I have a statement. I think it's fine. If you have within your skill set the ability to convince the owner to try a different light fixture, I'd be a little happier, but it's not the hill to die on.
Yeah, it's not it's
Yeah.
a cheap sort of
There are
beveled
better look,
glass
there,
kinda-
if you're going to have a light up there, there are better versions that are.
Yeah, it's got a
and
lot of
some are even
beveled
a little-
glass on it. It has a
Yeah,
real
some are even a
glare.
little more dark sky compliant, and some of
Yeah.
them can
Yeah.
handle smaller bulbs.
I prefer a sconce
It's
on
not
the
the hill
front.
to die on for me, because I know they want to reuse them, but
Oh,
there are better
No,
options.
that's an interesting point. Mike was saying.
I'd prefer a sconce on the front.
Instead of
I would too.
I think these lights on the top are just overall, They're
The light
almost-
on top of the post is like a beacon as opposed to a sconce on the side.
Yeah.
yeah, but boy, people sure do like their lights on the top. To talk them out of it is a,
Like I said, if you had it in your skill set, if you had it in your skill set to get either a different fixture, and even if you had it in your skill set to make it a sconce on the column, be happier, but it's not the hill to die on.
We'll try,
for
with
it.
a little
Okay.
suggestion
Well,
from the board,
we can,
I'll
what
try.
I'm sort of hearing is that the board is willing to approve this. It would not object if Michael ends up building something that has a sconce on it. How do I record that?
Just approve this.
I'm sorry, just approve this?
Just approve this. We can't
Okay.
do that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Are we getting tired, or is this something we really want to vote on based on how we voted on other dates?
What's your issue?
The lights and the height.
How do can we agree to approve it and just eliminate this light and move it to a sconce on the front and just conditionally, based on doing that?
What size is the property behind this?
I don't know, it's a flag lot, goes back pretty far. It's probably 3/4 of an acre.
John,
You
more
don't even see this
specifically,
get-
your concern?
The lights on the top.
The lights. Okay.
Especially if there's no glass, or if the light fixtures are, like I said, it becomes a beacon, a lighthouse. as
Yeah,
opposed
yeah.
to indicate if there's an entrance there.
All right.
No, let's do it,
All
I'm
right,
all for it.
okay.
You know, you think we have a lot of control over these things. We get told what to do, and they're like, go get it for us, you know?
So,
No,
so you
we
just
understand.
come
we're
back?
just
All right,
like-
so, Michael, what you're saying is that you as the architect, or at least on this particular plan, are willing to nix the,
Lanterns.
Yeah, let's
pediment
propose to
lights.
nix the lanterns on the top, propose a sconce on the front, one-sided, and we'll keep the wattage down to, 40 watts or something, is more than enough.
Okay. All right. I think we can.
The difference between 40 and 60 is the difference between glare and no glare.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I
Yeah.
think we can write
Tell them to
that.
go to 2,700, not 3,000.
It is pretty dark in this spot, though, I have to say. The plantings around this thing are like,
Yeah.
everything is 20 foot tall.
Yeah.
Alice, can we approve it on that basis, or do we have to have Michael write it in or anything, or?
We'll submit a new drawing.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we'll
thanks.
submit a new drawing with the light on there.
You're
and
being
we'll-
too nice.
Great.
Okay.
No, it's
All
good.
right,
This way we.
No, believe me, okay. All right, so take yes. When we take your yes too. Any public comment? I assume not. So I move that we accept the applicant's, accept the application for driveway gas at 129 Cooper's Farm Road with the elimination of the pediment and lanterns atop and replaced instead with sconces and with wattage at 40 watts. Right?
Yeah.
If we can, that's it. Okay, is there a second on that? Okay.
Aye.
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 Okay. Michael, thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Good. Okay. So that concludes the meeting. One of the things that we don't necessarily have to discuss tonight, but I told Alice we would address it, is, and Alex, this is something we spoke about as well.
Should we
which
close the
is,
meeting?
To
Wait,
talk.
are we doing landmark designations or
No,
no?
no, I don't think the applicants are here. Are they?
So these are the board's own motions, the landmark designation.
Yeah, we don't need the applicants to be here.
No,
We,
I know, but.
it's
I'm
in,
going to suggest to move forward, we don't have to move forward with both of them, but move forward with the theater. Let's see how we feel about the theater.
Yes.
I
we
feel like-
didn't hear it the last time because the applicant asked us not to.
Right, but now the applicant isn't here.
Yeah.
And I'm of the mindset with Mark, other than the time right now, to hear it out.
Although we were supposed to hear from them at the last meeting and our meeting got canceled, so maybe
okay.
you should
So
consider.
let's, in deference to that, Alex, if you can send a note to the owner of the theater that we will be reviewing
And voting.
and voting on the landmark of that theater. We welcome his presence, should he wish to attend. Okay, for the next meeting?
Yep,
Okay.
on 11/14.
Adjourn to the next meeting.
Right, on 11/14. So I move that we adjourn landmark designation review on 43 Hill Street to our next meeting on the, I already forgot,
November 14th.
November 14th. Thank you. Second on that?
Second.
Second by Sarah, all in favor? Aye.
Okay.
Okay. Now, in terms of 209 Windmill Lane, we had the discussion. And personally, inasmuch as it's in the historic district, and we had a very collegial conversation with the folks, I don't feel a compelling need at this point to vote on it.
No, I
No.
actually, based on the way the meeting went, I believe it behooves us to have more conversation with them
Exactly.
before a vote takes
Exactly.
place.
Totally.
Okay.
I think that became evident.
Totally.
I agree.
So I think you should
Very definitely hold on.
postpone it.
So, do we then adjourn that, subject to further discussion with the applicant? Well, it's not even with the applicant. What do we do? Or do we
Can we
just,
adjourn the
or do we
decision?
simply table?
Can we
the-
adjourn the decision based on pending further discussion with the applicant?
Or is
Yes.
it that we simply table the discussion?
I don't think you want to do that either. I think you want
I would
to,
think you should set a date so that anyone following it would
Yeah.
know when to attend.
Yes.
And to allow enough time for that discussion to take place, and if not, you can adjourn it further.
Do you want to adjourn it to the second meeting in November or December 12th?
How about December
I go with
12th?
December 12th.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, then I will move that we adjourn to December 12th, the landmark designation review of 209 Windmill Lane, AKA the Bethel Church. Might I have a second on that?
Second?
Second by Sarah, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is move to close the meeting. And thank everybody for their patience, their attendance, including everybody who's been here. So I move that it now being 11:15, we close this meeting of the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation this Monday, October 24th, 2022. Second on that by Sarah. All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, everybody.